Usharushiwa mpira. Unatumia nini kuonyesha time? Ni device ya
dasi itakuwa imebeba
au tutakuwa tunaandika kwa karatasi.
ile dasi ni kama imebeba. Kwa na tayari ni sisi.
Okay. Sawa. Unaleta hizo kabla au
Leta si
au
leta zikura ITT.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to you all. We're about to start. We're 10 minutes out. Kindly submit your presentations for those of you who haven't yet. We only have one presentation by Dr. Caroline that's been submitted. Dr. Baraka Mrisho Dr. Shafi Hamisi, Dr. Mandip, please, we're awaiting your presentations. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly be seated. For those of you who still haven't submitted your PowerPoint presentations, please submit them. A few housekeeping announcements. If you have colleagues who haven't arrived yet, please direct them to the Gilman's Hall. We are now in the Gilman's Hall, on the first floor. Most of us are new to this hall, so just a few instructions. We've got 2 washrooms on this level and 2 on the level below us. We've got 1 fire exit on my left. We've got fire assembly points on the ground floor, 1 on the beach garden and 1 on the reception garden. The banquet manager is Mr. Simon. He's available for any assistance. You can also contact me, Dr. Ingaya, and the organizing committee team. For tech support, we've got Mr. Gerald on my right, PRO Mr. Stanley, and IT Mr. Bonaventure. We've got 2 stations located on this floor, right at the back of the hall. There is free Wi-Fi connectivity. The password is on the White Sands notepad on the bottom left of the second page, I think. Bottom left of the second page in the notepad. Kindly submit your presentations. We only have 1 presentation submitted. Dr. Rugazia and Dr. Nasibu, if you are around, please take your seat on the moderator stand. Good morning. Kindly be seated. For those of you who haven't submitted your presentations, please do so at the IT stand. Dr. Barakam Risho, where are you, sir? Dr. Mandeep, are you here? Dr. Rugazia, Dr. Nasib. Good morning once again. For those of you who've just arrived, a few housekeeping announcements. The washrooms are on this level and on the level below. Right at the back of this hall on the left are the washrooms on this level, and one set on the level below. The Wi-Fi password is on the White Sands notepad on the bottom left second page. Refreshments are served on this level. We have got 2 tea stands at the back of this hall. The refreshments later for the lunch break will be at the Changa Hall on the ground floor. The fire exits are on my right if I was standing in front. So fire exit on my right, my left, sorry. Fire assembly points, 2 of them on the ground floor, 1 on the beach garden and 1 on the restaurant garden. Tech support on my left. No, they're on my right now. I need to stay in one place. So tech support on my left, Mr. Gerald. Gerald, kindly put your hands up. Mr. Gerald is our tech support. Mr. Stanley, PRO. IT, Mr. Bonaventure. Please contact Mr. Bonaventure for your presentations and any tech assistance you may need. The banquet manager, Mr. Simon, is at the back of the hall. Shall you need any assistance, I'm ready to assist you. Dr. Ngai is also at the back of the hall. Kindly feel free to contact us for any concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We're about to start. We're already 15 minutes behind. Moderators for the first module, please take your seat at the moderator stand. Dr. Nasib Mwende and Dr. Faraja Chiwanga. Kindly join me at the moderator stand, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Final housekeeping announcement. We're about to start this symposium in about a minute. Final housekeeping announcement. For those of you who do not know where you're located, you're in the Gilman's Hall on the first floor of the White Sands Resort. The washrooms are two on this level, at the back of the hall on the left, and there's another set of washrooms on the ground floor on the left also. We've got one fire exit in the hall on my left, two fire assembly points on the ground floor, one at the beach garden and one at the reception garden. Refreshment stands, we've got a tea refreshment stand and a lunch refreshment stand. Two tea stations are situated on this level, and lunch will be served at the Mchanga restaurant on the ground floor on the right. Wi-Fi access for all is free. The password is on the White Sands notebook on the second page, bottom left. I hope it's visible and everyone is connected. Banquet manager, Mr. Simon, at the back of the hall. Assistance, if you need any assistance throughout this event, you can contact me, you can contact Dr. Ingaya and the rest of the organizing team. Tech support, Mr. Gerald, kindly raise your hand. On my right, PRO, Mr. Stanley, on my right, kindly raise your hand. IT, Mr. Bonaventure. For those of you who haven't submitted your presentations, kindly do so. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, is this audible? Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, a very good morning to you and welcome to this historic event, the UK Tanzania Symposium. It is my distinct pleasure to serve as your Master of Ceremonies today. On behalf of the organizing committee, my name is Dr. Alvin Miranda. I am a neurosurgeon at Muhimbili National Hospital, Mloganzila campus. We are gathered here today to share knowledge, inspire innovation, and most important of all, collaborate on advancing the field of medicine in our beautiful and immensely potential country. First and foremost, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of you who've made it here today, whether you've traveled from near or far. Your presence is a testament to your dedication of improving the healthcare platform and patient outcomes in this country. Over the next few hours, we have an exciting program planned, filled with insightful presentations, dynamic panel discussions, and invaluable networking opportunities. We will hear from leading experts in various medical disciplines who will share the latest research breakthroughs and practical experiences in all walks of medicine. Our goal today is to foster the environment for learning and professional growth. I encourage you to actively participate, ask questions, and wholly engage with your fellow attendees. The knowledge and connections we make here have a profound impact on the work and on the lives of the patients we will serve in the years to come. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the Ministry of Health, whose hard work and support have made this symposium possible. Their commitment to advancing medical sciences and education is truly commendable. As we embark on this journey together, let us be inspired by the incredible advancements of our field and be motivated by the challenges that lie ahead. Together, we can continue to push the boundaries of what is possible in medicine. Thank you once again for joining us. Let's make this symposium a memorable, historic, and transformative experience for all of us. Without further ado, let's commence the first block of this symposium. Thank you. I would like to welcome Dr. Hamad Nyembea, who is the Director of Curative Services for the Ministry of Health, to take it from here. Thank you. Good morning.
the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Dr. Grace Magembe, who is the guest of honor in this symposium, the two-head chairperson, Professor Gideon Mlawa, directors from the Ministry of Health, from Tanzania Health Institutions, directors from the Ministry of Health, directors, UK delegates, two-header members who are here today, members of the press, dear participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this special and unique occasion in the history of our two countries. We are so delighted to have you here as part of the first ever bilateral symposium on health hosted by us, Tanzania. The main objective of this event today is to officially trigger out bilateral cooperation in health sector as emanated from the Memorandum of Understanding signed some time ago by our countries. I have been given two tasks now, and one of the tasks is to welcome our colleagues to Tanzania, and in particular to this event on health sector here in Dar es Salaam. Now please allow me to welcome and encourage our guests not to leave Tanzania boundaries before going to safaris. On top of the safaris tomorrow to Zanzibar, to our beautiful island of Zanzibar, Tanzania is going to be a land of adventures. We have the Mount Kilimanjaro, we have the Ngorongoro Crater, we have Serengeti National Park, Saadani National Park. These are just a few to mention. And to be informed, all these adventurous safaris are within 500 to 600 kilometers from here. So welcome and never miss these beautiful safaris in Tanzania. My another task that I have been given is to introduce our Tanzanian side who are here in this symposium. And please may you allow me to start with directors from the Ministry of Health. Please may you stand up and wave to the participant. Directors from the Ministry of Health. We have also have a good number of directors from different institutions in our country. And to start with, I want to introduce Professor Janabi and his team, who is the Director General of the Muhimbili National Hospital. Please, if you are around, stand up. All the team from Muhimbili National Hospital, please stand up. Okay, thank you. We have also Director General from Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute, plus his team. Please, may you stand up and wave your hands. Thank you. Also, we have another beautiful institution, the Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute. Please, DG plus your team. We have another institution, also a big institution, Benjamin Mkapa Hospital in Dodoma. Welcome. We have the National Cancer Institute, the Ocean Road Cancer Institute. Please, DG plus team. Welcome. Also, here we have the participation of Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences. The representative, please. Welcome, Dr. Hadija. We also have the representative from Aga Khan Hospital. Aga Khan is a private hospital, but we also wanted to be in this symposium as part of the learning process. Aga Khan, please. We have also members from another zonal hospital. We have 6 zonal hospitals in the country, and here we have Bugando Zonal Hospital. Please, representative from Bugando Zonal Hospital, may you please stand up. Last but not least, we have 26 regional referral hospitals in the country. So basically, every region has its own regional referral hospital. So we have the representative from those hospitals who are the medical officer in charges. So please, may you stand up and wave your hands to the participants. And also, I'm sure we have another special group here, the members of the press. May you please wave your hands. Okay, so this was my text that I was given, and I wish you all the best, and I'm welcoming you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamad Yembe, who is the Director of Curative Services for the Ministry of Health. Next, I would like to welcome to the stage Professor Gideon Mlawa, who will introduce the UK delegates and also give us the introduction and background of TUHEDA. Karibu, Professor.
Thank you very much for allowing us to come and visit Tanzania institution. My name is Professor Gideon Mlawa. I'm a consultant physician in diabetes and endocrine based in Queen's Hospital, London, but also I'm the Director of Medical Education in my institution. I want to talk about TUHEDA, but before that, I want to introduce my UK team who very kindly, they are supporting TUHEDA, and by doing that, they joined us as a part of the delegation to come and learn about healthcare system in Tanzania, but also to see whether they can add value or add to what we are doing in terms of providing care to patients, and whether we can learn from you also. Above all, is about patient benefit from the collaboration and the partnership scheme which will come out of this. I've got Professor Andrew Dina, is the medical director for my institution. I've got Dr. Mandy Poole, is critical care in Queen's Hospital. I've got Anjum Misbahuden, is my colleague who is a neurologist. But I've also Mr. Pollock. Jonathan Pollock is our neurosurgeon at Queen's Hospital. I think Moy and as well as Benjamin Kappa, they've been in touch with Mr. Pollock. And I've got Maniprit, Dr. Maniprit Sahimi. She's an emergency physician, but also a family medicine physician. I've got my chief nurse, Catherine Hawford, and I've got Nasim Mwande, is a TUHEDA member, but he's based up north in the country, in UK. He's a vice chairman of TUHEDA. Let me talk about TUHEDA in a nutshell. TUHEDA stands for Tanzania UK Healthcare Diaspora Association, and its inception was in 2017. And it's an organization, it's a charitable organization, and the aim and the objective of this organization is about bring together the diaspora community within UK with interest in health, and to try and support healthcare system for the diaspora community within UK, but also to try and give back to our countries of origin. When we talk about diaspora living overseas, we cannot separate diaspora living overseas and a brain drain. So we know that by us being overseas, there's a brain drain within the country. We are trying to reverse that, at least partially reversing brain drain by giving back to our country of origin. So the aim of TUHEDA is about trying to create and facilitate and coordinate the partnership scheme and also collaboration between UK institution and Tanzania institution, as well as Zanzibar, in three main areas. That is medical research, clinical care, and medical education overall. And as a part of that, we have got a delegation from UK trying to do exactly that. For the past 7 months or so, we've been running online knowledge sharing, which is reciprocal and bi-directional between UK institutions and our own institution. We've had webinars on trauma with Mnazi Mmoja Hospital. The first talk was given by Dr. Manipript and a colleague from Zanzibar, but we've covered other areas such as sickle cell and maternal health. We've covered maternal health and cardiology. We've covered topics on sepsis, but as well as talking about endocrine emergencies and other areas of collaboration. So you're going to hear from our speakers from UK, but also speakers from the Tanzania mainland talking about different topics as a part of ongoing collaboration, which I hope is just the beginning of this journey, and in the future we have more and more collaboration based on that. That's in a nutshell about TUHEDA, and we are grateful that you're hosting us, and we're looking forward to hearing from you in this meeting and learning from Tanzania institutions.
Thank you very much, Professor Gideon Mlawa, for introducing your team, as well as the introduction and the background for TUHEDA. Dr. Hamad Nyimbe, do we have any updates on Professor Abel Makupi and our honorable guest of honor?
Okay, thank you. For the case of the open ceremony, we still have two parts. The details on the UK-Tanzania collaboration perspective from Tanzania, which of course will be given by Professor Makubi, who is not yet around in this room, but he's on the way. So we can wait for some time. Also, we have the official opening, which will be done also by the guest of honor, who is the Deputy Permanent Secretary, who is also will be online after some time. So because of the time, we have a very tight schedule. So I think we don't have to lose even a minute. So I think I propose that we start our marathon, a tough marathon, and when these two people are ready, then we'll get the perspective of UK, we get the perspective of UK, Tanzania from Professor Makubi, and also the official opening. So I think we have to start our marathon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hamad. Marathon is the best way to describe today's event. So for convenience sake, before the lunch break, we will have three module sessions. For convenience sake, we can call them blocks. So block 2 and 3 will basically be about the organizational aspects of healthcare, both in the UK and Tanzania, as well as research activities and clinical-based research in these two nations, collaborative work also. The fourth block will deal with stroke, as well as family medicine advancements in both countries. So we can begin the first module. Let me introduce the moderators, Dr. Faraja Chiwanga and Dr. Nasib Mwande. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. As I've been introduced, my name is Dr. Faraj. Sorry, can I maybe stand? Yes. My name is Dr. Faraja Chiwanga. I'm a medical specialist in endocrinology and diabetes, also Assistant Director of Medical Services at Muhimbili National Hospital, Mloganzila. And please now allow me to sit. So that to get us started, I'd like to welcome Dr. Caroline Damian Mayengo. Dr. Caroline is an Assistant Director for Public and Private Health Services at the Ministry of Health, Tanzania. She's a medical specialist by profession with vast experience in healthcare leadership, having worked as a medical officer in charge at regional referral hospitals. And before her current position as Assistant Director for Public and Private Health Services, she also worked as a coordinator of strengthening primary health care for result program in Directorate of Policy and Planning. She will be taking us through organization of healthcare services in Tanzania. Dr. Damian, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, moderator, Dr. Faraja, and your colleague. Good morning. I'll be taking you through the organization structure of the healthcare system in Tanzania. So my name is Dr. Caroline from the Ministry of Health, as I've just been introduced to you. So I will take you through the general introduction. Then I will give you an overview of the service delivery structure and the healthcare administrative structure. So just to start with, the national healthcare system in Tanzania operates in a decentralization system of governance and leadership, whereby you have a central government, we have the regions, and we have the councils. So at the central government, we have the Ministry of Health, which is the sector ministry. It's a technical ministry taking care of all the healthcare issues. And then we have a PRAD, President Office, regional administrative and local government on the other hand. So at the region level, we have the regional health management team. So at the regional, we have the team which oversees all the health-related issues at that specific regions. As we all know that we have 26 regions in this country. Then we have the councils, which belongs to the regions, and we have 184 councils in this country. Each council has hospitals and the facilities you can see on the next slides. So we have the team at the council level. So all these, the responsibilities is under the decentralization. So all the services are provided into the 4 levels of the service provisions. And these levels are divided into primary health care. Then with the secondary level, we have the tertiary, which includes the zonal and the national level. So as you can see in my presentation, we have the managerial arm and we have the clinical arm of the service delivery in the country. So in the managerial part, we have the PRAD, which oversees the regions and the local governments, and we have the ministry level, which oversees technically the secondary and the tertiary level. So for the PRAD, they are overseeing the primary health care level administratives, but all these levels, technically, they are under the Ministry of Health, which is the sector ministry. So the system is under a pyramidal shape, like any other system in the world, whereby we have the majority at the lower level, the lower of the pyramids, where we have the community and the households. Then we have the next level is at the village, where we have the dispensaries, and this is the lower level of the facilities. We have the dispensaries. Then we have the health centers. We have the councils, hospitals. So all the 3 levels below the primary, they provide basically the primary care services. Then from the region level up, that's where we are providing the specialized services and above. And here we have the regional referral hospitals, which are 28 in 26 regions. We have Dar es Salaam region, which has 3 regional referral hospitals, and each region has 1 referral hospital. Then we have the zonal hospitals. These are 6 in number in each zone in this country. And then we have the specialized national hospitals, and these are 5. And we have 1 national hospital, Muhimbili, which has 2 campuses. That's Muhimbili Upanga and Mloganzila, both providing the super specialized and center of excellences for provision of healthcare services. So the functions as per the level of clinical aspects of the service delivery, as I've mentioned earlier on, the primary health care that basically provides the basic healthcare services and more of the preventive care. And then you have the specialization starting from the secondary level, and this is the regional referral hospitals. And then you have a super specialization at the tertiary level. These are zonals and the national and the specialized hospitals. So administratively, as I've said earlier on, we have 1 hand on the Ministry of Health, which oversees clinically all the aspects, but administratively overseeing directly the referral services. That's from the region and up. And we have the PRAD, President Office, regional administrative and local governments, that oversees the primary care. And these are the district hospitals, health centers, and the dispensaries, as I've presented earlier on the pyramid. So, in total, in this country, we have 10,270 health facilities, both public and private. And we have 7,106 from the public, these are the registered public facilities, which provide services as per the functions that I've mentioned earlier on. We have one national hospital, that's Muhimbili, with 2 campuses. We have 5 specialized hospitals, and then we have 6 zonal hospitals. We have 28 regional referral hospitals. We have 173 district or council hospitals. We have 882 health centers and 6,011 dispensaries. These are registered public facilities providing services. And then on the private arm, we have more or less the same. We have the zonal, we have regional hospitals, we have district hospitals, health center dispensaries, but also we have the clinics on the public arm. We have the specialized clinic, we have the polyclinics, standalone clinics, and the likes. These mostly are in the private arm of the facility. So in total, there are 10,270. All these are available. You can just see in the registration portal, the health facility registration portal, which is an open portal. Anybody can see it. So, majority of Tanzanians receives care in the primary health care facilities. If you see the number of trends of attendees, I've just took the 1-year trend of OPD attendees. You can see over 80% of all OPD attendees in this country attend the primary health care facilities, where basically they just need a basic health care services at the primary health care. That is the district health center and the dispensaries. And less than 20%, these attend the secondary, tertiary, and the national level. And these are from the regional referral hospitals, what contribute to 5.5%, and the other, the zonal and national, contribute 6.6% in total. So majority of the services are provided at the primary health care facilities. So whenever we are planning for intervention and whatever, we need to remember that most of the population, so the services are offered at the primary health care facilities. So this is the brief presentation of an overview of healthcare system in this country. Thank you very much. I submit to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damian. I'm sure this was not only for the benefit of our UK colleagues. I'm sure so many of us did not know some of the information. So thank you very much, and thank you for keeping us with time. Yeah, I think we have discussion at the end, so.
Hello? Okay. Good morning. My name is Dr. Mwande. I'm one of the founders of Tuheda, working on the background to make all this magic happen. So I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Baraka Emmanuel Mrisho, who is an intensivist and he's the head of the intensive care services at the Muhimbili National Hospital. He holds masters in critical care medicine and emergencies and postgraduate diploma in nephrology from the Havana University of Medical Sciences in Cuba. He's one of the first few intervists in the country, and he's also a member of the International Society of Intensive Care and Intensive and Critical Care. He's a pioneer of critical care in this country. Currently, he's leading the process to establish the Society of Intensive Care in Tanzania. So if Dr. Baraka is about, please take the floor. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm happy being here this morning. You're all welcome, our colleague from the UK part and our friends from here in Tanzania. We are going to present shortly about the experience of critical care provision in tertiary hospitals in Tanzania. So according to the available data, critical care services in our country were provided since the early 70s. And for now, as we speak, we have 11 intensivists in the country, because over the years, critical care services were provided by anesthesiologists and emergency physician, But now we have been having intensivists, both pediatric intensivists and adult intensivists. We are now 11 and we are growing. We still have fellows and residents at school. So as we can see, our government has been working hard to make sure that the critical care services are growing in the country. And as we can see, we have now 120 emergency medicine departments all over the country, and more than 100 ICUs, including at the district level. And all these ICUs are well equipped with all the equipment, including monitors, ventilators, dialysis machine, etc. And still there are ongoing causes to form more intensivists for these ICUs to grow and to work properly. So as I am from Muhimbili National Hospital and I am the head of intensive care services at Muhimbili National Hospital, I'll talk briefly on the experience of critical care at Muhimbili National Hospital. As we can see at Muhimbili National Hospital, Upanga branch, we have 6 ICUs, from medical ICU, surgical ICU, maternity ICU, pediatric ICU, neonatal ICU, and renal transplant ICU. And from the Mloganzila branch, we also have surgical ICU and medical ICU. From the Mloganzila branch, they have 31 ICU beds, and from the Upanga, we have 74 ICU beds. From the Upanga campus, last year, we had more than 2,500 patients admitted in ICU. The mortality rate was about 40%. And the leading cause of mortalities were complications of end-stage kidney disease, but also patients with end-stage and terminal conditions related to malignancies, especially prostate cancer and colorectal cancer. Also, patients with stage 4 HIV with all the opportunistic infection were admitted in ICU and were one of the top 3 causes of mortality. As per last year, we can see the mortality trend in different sections of ICUs. The high mortality rate was in medical ICU related to the causes we have already seen: malignancies, end-stage kidney disease, and HIV and its complication. But we also had high mortality rate in neonatal ICU, because most of these children who came from other referral hospitals to Muhimbili National Hospital, most of them, they were already brain dead. So we need to work hard in the primary and secondary level to make sure that these neonates, when they have complications, they can be managed properly before coming to the tertiary hospital. The lowest mortality rate was in maternity ICU. So now I would like to welcome my colleague from Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute to give a short overview on the experience of provision of critical care services at Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute. Welcome, Dr. Shafi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Baraka. My name is Dr. Shafi from Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute. At Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute, we have 19 ICU beds, and we have 16 ICU beds. It's typically a neurosurgical and trauma ICU. So we have, last year we have a total number of admission of 930 patients in ICU, and the mortality rate was reduced compared to 2020, was 38.5%. And we had average length of stay of our patient was 7 to 14 days in ICU. So actually this ICU is expanded from the original Moi ICU, which had 80 bed capacity. And we have significant improvement in terms of mortality rate, length of ICU stays, and incidence of ventilator-associated pneumonia and ventilator-associated injuries in ICU. So how did we, at least in the tertiary level, currently we are seeing a growth in ICU services in Tanzania as well as at Moi because of the multidisciplinary teamwork in ICUs. We have intensivists, passing round, physicians, anesthesiologists, neurosurgeons, critical care nurses. We have residents, registrar, nutritionists, physiotherapists, and there is urge to improve. and collaborating with others. There is ongoing SOPs and guidelines, and there is a huge political will to make sure that critical care services are improving in ICU. And now there is agreement to do a clinical audit or critical care audit in Tanzania to collect the data and to improve services that are provided in our settings. So the gaps that we have, there is no literally a national critical care audit database which comprises of all ICUs on the same place data, but there are a few studies which have been done in critical care services in Tanzania, and our critical care staff, they have less exposure. As we can see right now, there is an insurgence of number of ICUs across the regional referral hospitals, but the experience on how to provide critical care medicine varies from primary healthcare facilities to tertiary healthcare facilities. And there are a few tools that we use across our hospitals to survey the diseases that are happening in ICUs, like ventilator-associated pneumonia, surveillance, and catheter-associated urinary tract infection, CLAPSIs, and we don't have like a complementary bundled care from the primary healthcare facilities to tertiary healthcare facilities. With all the gaps that we have many opportunities that we use. We collaborate with other stakeholders from primary healthcare facilities. There are training, which are ongoing training, as Dr. Baraka said, and there is an urge to establish a national healthcare registry to audit all critical ill patients that has been attended in our ICUs. And establishment of Society of Critical Care Medicine in Tanzania, this will be helpful in fostering and critical care services provision in Tanzania. And establishment of fellowship program for pediatric critical care services. And there is good leadership across our institution and as well as from the government. So the threat is there is insurgence number of critical ill patients. For example, there is a rising number of stroke patient, trauma patient, and there are so many accidents, and we have shortage of trained critical care staff, nurses, doctors, surgeons, and pandemics, which with a shortage and pandemics, that means we will be overwhelmed with the insurgence of patients that we have in our institution. And critical care services need investment, infrastructure as well as investment, and there is high running costs for critical ill patients who they require the services that we provide in our centers. And as we know, most individuals, they can't afford the services that are provided in our ICUs. And you find that the majority of people, they are not insured with the government insurance scheme. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Shafi and Dr. Baraka, for that brief introduction of your service that you're providing. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Mandip Kaur, who is a consultant anesthetist at the critical care and the research lead at the Barking, Havering, and Redbridge University Hospitals in London. She's also, I don't know what that stands for, NERI Nurse Term Specialty Lead in Anesthesia, and perioperative medicine, pain, and critical care lead at Queen's as well. And she's a critical care specialty group. She got a multiple hats on, so please take the floor.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Brilliant. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I'd just like to say thank you very much to the organisers of this meeting for the opportunity for the collaboration and the meeting today, and a special thanks to Gideon and my team from BHRUT for giving me the opportunity to be here with them and to be able to talk about two of my passions, audit and research. So I think my talk leads in very well into the setting of the scene that's been done by Dr. Shafi and Dr. Baraka. However, because of time constraints, I'm only going to be focusing on audit. I can't start my talk without paying respect to my family and their roots in Tanzania. So this is actually a photograph of my dad, who's here. And his sister to the far left. My grandfather, who's on the left, my great-great-grandfather, who's in the middle, and my great-grandfather. So 4 generations and the 5th one here. I was born in London, but the other members of my family are all from Tanzania, from Mwanza. So when I've come here today, and when I landed at the airport, I kind of felt like I was coming home, even though this is my first time I've been here. So, yeah, that's my tribute done. So, the agenda for today, I'm going to talk a little bit about how audit fits in with research and quality improvement. I'm going to talk about ICNARC, LOCSIPs, lots of acronyms here, which I'll explain as I go along. TRIC, GPICS, a little bit about local audit, and hopefully there's time for discussion at the end or in the coffee break or any time during the day, really. So first of all, I think it's important to understand the relationship between the 3 key components here. Audit is looking at how we fare against current standards and whether we are performing and adhering to current standards of care. Research is questioning what those standards should be. And looking for what new standards are. Quality improvement is the implementation of key research findings and key standards, which is assessed through the process of audit. And I always find this a really useful way of thinking about how the 3 components fit together. Now, within the UK, we're very lucky to have the Intensive Care National Audit and Research Centre, which we refer to as ICNARC. And I would urge you to have a look at their website. The address is there. Now, ICNARC, this is from their website as well, is an independent organisation, not-for-profit organisation, established in the early 90s. And the vision was really that all critically ill patients should receive a good standard, an excellent standard of care at the right time for the best outcomes. And their mission is to improve the quality of critical care through audit, through research, through data services, which are conducted within the community and with patients. Now, the bottom line essentially is that every hospital that has a critical care unit within the UK takes part in this audit, and they collect data on every single patient who is admitted to critical care. So you end up at the end of a year with data from every single intensive care unit on every single patient that has received care within the system. And how it works is you have ICNARC data collectors who are can be nurses, can be allied health professionals, and admin staff who work within each critical care unit, and their job solely is to support audit and to support data collection for every single patient who is admitted in critical care. Now, this data that is collected at a local level is fed into a national database where it's checked for data integrity and it's analysed, compared, and we end up with every 3 months we receive a report which shows us of where how our hospital fares in comparison to other hospitals. So you get to look at the national data and about what's been going on within critical care across the country, but also how your hospital fares in terms of the different services you provide, and whether you're an outlier in a good way or a bad way. And that can be used as a basis for local quality improvement and further local audit. Two of the big programs that they run are the National Cardiac Arrest Audit and the Case Mix Program, also called the CMP. Now, the Case Mix Program is that which collects data on who is admitted, when they're admitted, why they're admitted, what organ failures they have, their Apache scores on admission, what happens to them daily, the progression of their organ failures, and what happens at the end. The National Cardiac Arrest Audit collects data on every single cardiac arrest that happens in hospital, and is usually collected by our resuscitation officers. And again, it feeds into the ICNARC program. Now, this is a great basis for research and for quality improvement. You have data from across the country, you have data locally, and it's a great basis for, and it's becoming an increasingly great basis for research going forwards. And there are trials now where chief investigators and trialists are putting together protocols which mean that there is no additional data collection required. So you have a protocol where the patient is randomized to receive a treatment A or treatment B. However, the data collection for that trial will come by linking with ICNARC and just getting the ICNARC data. So the research teams don't need to go out and collect extra data. You can just get the data from ICNARC. So what is the impact of having a national audit network? Well, there's great potential for publications, for epidemiological studies, for service evaluations, and again for audit. But also, you get to compare your local unit to what's happening around the country. But also, the value really came through during COVID, where rather than getting sort of reports every 3 monthly, each hospital was getting a report weekly. About who was being admitted, why they were being admitted, what were the syndromes that we were seeing, what were the presentations, and what were the outcomes. So this was really useful to have on a weekly basis during the pandemic. This is just an example, a very small example, of the kind of data that we get through the Case Mix program, and some of the various ways in which this data is presented. I really like the one on the left, which shows you basically critical care outcomes, who dies in critical care and where do these patients come from. It's a really great way to represent that data. This is just some of the National Cardiac Arrest report data, again, sort of demonstrated really, really well. I just want to move on to talk very quickly about checklists. And this all has really stemmed from the WHO Surgical Safety Checklist, which was implemented by the WHO in 2009. And some of you may kind of think, well, hang on, and I got this when we were trying to implement this locally. How can a checklist, simply going through a checklist, make things better for patients? But you'd be surprised. A few of my colleagues and I, we went through in 2018 and did a systematic review and meta-analysis looking at the centres that used a checklist, and was there an impact on outcome. And I think the results there speak for themselves, with the dots to the left of the plot favouring implementation of the checklist in terms of mortality. So if you're looked after in a hospital that uses a checklist, you're less likely to die. And I think this culture and this finding has really fed through into a lot of the services we provide within intensive care. And we're very fortunate within the UK to have the Intensive Care Society and the Faculty of Intensive Care Medicine, and they've been pivotal in implementing these safety checklists. And we have a whole variety which are freely available on our website, looking at checklists for percutaneous tracheostomies, intubations, central lines, bronchoscopies, and even NG tube insertion as well. Catherine, we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? So this is an example of one that we use, which is based on the WHO checklist for intubation. So I think things to go through before the procedure, literally as you're about to intubate, things to check and things to check afterwards. And we use this as standard care for every intubation that we do within intensive care and also within anaesthesia, in particularly, not so much in theatre, but particularly when we're doing intubations in ED in very stressful environments. This is the one for central line insertion. Very, very quickly, if I've got time, I'm going to talk through the Trainee Research and Intensive Care Network. So this is a great network that's been set up recently, only in the last couple of years. It's led by trainees, junior doctors who are training within anaesthesia, and it's an audit and research network. And at the moment, we're starting, we've conducted three sort of service evaluations, essentially. I was one of the chief investigators for the ID Act service evaluation, which is looking at how we manage airways on critical care. And it literally is a network of junior doctors from different hospitals who have all collaborated through this network and have respectively collected data within their hospitals in return for sign-offs so that you've done some research during your training. And we've managed to collect data from hundreds of hospitals. We also have the Intensive Care Society and Faculty of Intensive Care Medicine have issued guidelines for the provision of intensive care services, and this forms a great basis for audit going forward. And local audit, just very quickly to touch on, is invaluable. As well as having a requirement to do some mandatory audits, local audit is a great tool for any discrepancies that you can see within local care. So if you're doing a ward round and you actually think, I don't think we're doing this well, do an audit. The data speaks for itself, and it's a great way of implementing quality improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mandip. And I think you can take a seat. I think there's a bit of change in the program. Professor Makubi is here, so I'll leave it to the Ministry of Health panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I think we are resuming to our opening ceremony, and Professor Makubi is here with us, and I would like to welcome Professor Makubi to come in front of this podium just to give us the synopsis of the Tanzanian perspective of Tanzania-UK collaboration, and also to welcome the guest of honor, Dr. Grace Magembe, who is the Deputy Permanent Secretary, to officiate this event. Please.
Thank you, the Acting Director of Clinical Service. Our guest of honor, Deputy PS, Dr. Grace Magembe, the Acting Director of Clinical Service, and the Assistant Directors from the Ministry of Health, led by Dr. Nyambea and Dr. Caroline, yes, Dr. Caroline, yeah. Professor Mlawa, who is heading the delegation from the UK, and all the delegates who are accompanying him. The CEOs from Jakaki Kikwete, Dr. Kisenge, the acting CEO from Moi, Dr. Lemeri, all specialists. I understand that are represented from the Muhimbili University College, Muhimbili University, Dr. Adija, also from Muhimbili National Hospital, and also I believe maybe someone from Longazila and Ocean Road. All specialists from our institutions who are here, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I feel honored to be part of this meeting, and today we are having this ceremony for inaugurating the first workshop for the Tanzania-UK partnership on health sector. Guest of honor, Dr. Grace Magembe, I believe this is the major milestone for collaboration between Tanzania and the UK. I understand for the past 60 years, the Tanzanian government has been working closely with a good diplomatic relationship with the UK in various sectors, including health. And we have seen a lot of collaboration in different areas in the health sector, in a number of hospitals, in training, research. And this workshop now is going to cement what has been existing for the past 60 years. Guest of honor, allow me to commend the efforts which have been put by TUHEDA, our diaspora from the UK, in trying to speed up the signing of the MOU, the current MOU which we have at the moment, for collaboration in the sector of health between the UK and Tanzania. I remember when I was the Chief Medical Officer in 2020, there was a proposal from the UK government being brought by TUHEDA to have a new MOU which will lay a foundation for collaboration between health institutions in Tanzania and health institutions in the UK. However, by 2019, it did not materialize to become a reality. So it was after that time, from 2020 until last year, the Minister of Health was able to sign an MOU for collaboration in the health sector between Tanzania and the UK. And then today, we are seeing the product of that collaboration. So congratulations to everyone. I understand that despite the fact that the UK has been collaborating with Tanzania for many years, this kind of MOU is going to open a new page for the next maybe 10 to 20 years to see how we can focus on a few areas of collaboration, including training, exchange of specialists, exchange of knowledge, maybe support for medical equipment, and research. I'm told yesterday the delegates from the UK were able to visit some of our institutions. They're able to visit Moi, Mlongazila, I think Muimbiri also. And I hope you enjoyed your tour to see how our facilities are well equipped with modern equipment, but also with well-skilled staff. And I want to commend on the efforts which have been put our Excellence President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the Republic of Tanzania, who has invested a lot in the health sector. Let us provide congratulations to her commitment in the sector. But also I want to comment on the efforts which have been put by the Minister of Health in trying to fast-track this collaboration. This is the first time where we are seeing the Ministry of Health is being the part of this collaboration. But also, I understand the efforts which have been done by our Honorable Minister, Umi Mwalimu. I think she's aware of this, and that's why she was expected to be the guest of honor of this event. But maybe due to other commitment, the Deputy PS will be able to officiate this event. So I believe we have all the support from the Ministry of Health. We as chief executives of several health institutions, both training and the hospitals, are ready to see that we are able to come with positive outcomes in terms of collaboration between the UK and the Tanzanian institutions. I also want to thank our ambassador here, the ambassador of the UK government in Tanzania. I met him last year, and he was one of the key factors in pushing forward for the signing of the MOU. But also, I won't forget the time and the commitment which was put to our previous ambassador of Tanzania in the UK, Honorable Dr. Asha Rose Mingiro, who was able to push for this kind of collaboration to happen. Although she's not here, I think, just to give you a bit of history, she played a major role in this collaboration. And now we have the Honorable Ambassador of Tanzania in the UK, Kairuki, and has been really doing a lot of work to see that UK and Tanzania can work together in a number of activities, especially in the health sector. I now kindly urge the Minister of Health, which is now taking care of this collaboration, to continue supporting us, but also the UK government, the institutions from the UK and Tanzania, so that we can realize what was expected from this MOU between the UK and Tanzania. So on behalf of my colleagues from the institutions, hospitals, and the teaching institutions, I want to commit our time and also our knowledge to ensure that this collaboration between UK and the Tanzania institutions is productive. We are ready to provide the support to our colleagues from the UK. And the last year, actually it was this year in April, one of our institutions was able to visit UK, Moi. I think you were able to visit Moi yesterday. And I was heading a delegation of 3 people, and they were able to visit Queen's Hospital, Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial College, and other institutions. And that's why we are now seeing these experts coming from London and other parts of UK to see how we can work together. So I would like to welcome our colleagues from the UK. Feel free to interact with us. We are here, all the CEOs from various institutions are here, from hospitals or from the university, and let us see how we can work together under the existing MOU. Lastly, I want to thank TUHEDA. TUHEDA has played a major role also in this kind of collaboration. Our diaspora have been really trying to work hard to see that they're able to contribute something to the original country. Thank you, Professor Mlao and your colleagues for your commitment. Lastly, I want to thank everybody for setting time to come to this meeting. I want to also to welcome you to Benjamin Mkapa. I have now moved from Moi to Benjamin Mkapa. I would like to invite our colleagues from the UK, maybe in the future, also to visit Benjamin Mkapa in our capital city, Dodoma. Dodoma is a big city, and it's our main city, and the Benjamin Mkapa is one of the biggest hospitals here in Tanzania. So we're happy to host you for the coming meetings. I believe also this kind of workshops will continue, maybe one event for every year, so that we can meet together and be able to interact with each other for the benefits of the 2 countries. So with those few remarks, I want to thank again everybody, our ministry, particularly Honorable Minister Umi, our president, the officials from the Ministry of Health who have played a major role in coordinating this event. And I want to comment on the efforts done by Dr. Nyambia. Thank you very much for your coordination. Lastly, may I now take the opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Grace Magembe, who is our Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health, to address and open this ceremony. Thank you very much for your attention and time.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Yes. So let me acknowledge the presence of Professor Gideon Mlawa, who is the chairperson of TUHEDA, but also I'm aware that our acting director of clinical services is there, Dr. Nyimbea. On a very special note, I've seen Professor Ebo Makubi, but I'm also informed that Professor Janabi from Muhimbili, Kisenge from JKCI, but also the acting director of Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute is also there. I'm also informed that we have colleagues.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
You can? All right.
Yes.
So I'm saying I understand that our Minister for Health, Honorable Umiali Mwalimu, was meant to be the chief guest. However, due to other equally important events happening today in the country, she couldn't make it and she sent me to represent her. So once again, it is my pleasure. I think I'm meeting TUHEDA for the first time, but I'm aware of the work that TUHEDA has been doing in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and our institutions, as they were mentioned by Professor Makubi. I wouldn't want to go back into that. And I understand that I think early this year, somewhere in January, there was another virtual meeting that was conducted between TUHEDA and all other participating institutions. And TUHEDA is really taking a very important role in terms of leading the process, So we really appreciate for this collaboration between the Ministry of Health and TUHEDA and all other participating institutions and organizations. And today's symposium is part of the implementation of what was agreed in the previous meeting. So as you may all recall that the government of Tanzania has a memorandum of understanding with the government of UK, and one of the agenda is health related, and this includes but is not limited to strengthening health systems, research, training, and other health related collaborations. So it is in the best interest of the two countries to ensure that its implementation is for the mutual benefit of the two countries. And I believe this symposium is part of the implementation of the MOU, but also the ongoing initiative between the government of Tanzania and TUHEDA. And we know that since its establishment, TUHEDA has been working tirelessly in supporting and contributing to the Tanzanian government effort in improving the quality of health services. And it is true that this joint initiative will not only be achieved, will be achieved only if we invest in the following areas. One is capacity building, as Professor Makubi was highlighting in his speech, but also exchange programs that is focusing on leadership, governance, health services delivery, disease prevention, and research, while promoting global health security, trade, and investment in the healthcare industry. Tanzania, in the sixth government, under the leadership of Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who is the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, has opened doors for private partnership, public-private partnership. So I believe the collaboration of this initiative between the government of Tanzania and TUHEDA will also tap into that opportunity to make sure that we strengthen the services in the government institutions, but also we explore opportunities for public-private partnership. Dear participants, during this symposium, you'll have enough time to discuss on a number of issues, which I'm sure will open up further opportunities for collaboration in the health service delivery, training, as well as research. My request to you is to make sure that your participation in the symposium will add value to the improvement of quality health services. Quality health services is an important agenda in the sixth government under the leadership of Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Dr. Makubi highlighted a number of achievements that have been, that the government of Tanzania, especially the sixth government, has been able to achieve. We have we have built a number of infrastructure from the primary healthcare level all the way to the national level. But we've improved a lot in terms of diagnostic capacities at all levels, from the primary healthcare to the tertiary level. But I wouldn't want, to mention a lot, because you're all aware of what has been done, even in terms of capacity building, but also training specialists and super specialized healthcare providers in different areas. Tanzania now is really doing well in terms of medical tourism, and also attracting patients that are coming for super specialized services from the East African region, but also within the SADC region and also the Central African region. But this can only be achieved if we address the issue of quality. So I really want to HEDA and all other stakeholders to really come in to support the government of Tanzania in terms of how we are going to improve the quality from primary health care to the tertiary facilities. And this particular area, HEDA actually can take a leading role in terms of improving the quality of services at that national facility levels. So talking of JKCI, talking of Muhimbili, Benjamin Mkapa, Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute, Ocean Road, and other facilities. I know there's Bugando, there's KCMC, all those tertiary facilities. Really, quality is our agenda, is our number 1 to number 10 agenda. And as you may all understand, this is also a global agenda. So I think this meeting, this symposium, will really give its attention to this agenda of quality. But also, I believe towards the end of this symposium, we will come up with deliberations that will create a better environment for our institutions to interact in a manner that will allow knowledge and technology transfer, but also strengthen PPP, as I mentioned earlier, and the enhancement of innovations and creativity in health. Yeah, let's put creativity and innovation at the center of health service delivery. Okay, and I believe this is something that together really can make a difference, can bridge that gap. I know as a country we've made huge progress, but we still have some gaps when it comes on how do we really use technology, innovation and creativity in terms of adding value to the services that we are currently providing. I do appreciate the participation of all institutions in this symposium for the preparation of this symposium to date. And this is an evidence that this symposium was long awaited by all of us, because I was just trying to go through the list of people who are participating. The turn-up is really very good and very encouraging, and I'm very sure that even the discussions will be very fruitful and they'll be very rich, because when you have more people, coming from different disciplines, you are likely to have a very rich discussion, and people are likely to learn from each other and improve for the future. I'm also delighted by the participation of the UK delegates. I know, Professor Mlawa, you're not alone. You also have some other participants from the UK who are participating both physically, but also those who are participating virtually. And I want to really give a special appreciation to HEDA. You have been very instrumental in this initiative, but also in this symposium as Dr. And we truly appreciate. So as I conclude my remarks, I managed to listen actually to one of the presentations that was made here by one of our colleagues from the UK. And she was looking at the role of audit in improving critical care. As I just said, quality of care is very key. Yeah. And as I've just said, is that at Tanzania now we've moved into what we call medical tourism, because we are very potentially located in terms of reaching out to these other countries that are surrounding us. But I'm also reaching out to you. I think amongst the things that HEDA is going to support us as a Tanzania, I would really look at how HEDA is going to support the Ministry of Health in establishing a national body that will support the government in terms of doing clinical audit. Because really, we can say whatever we want to say, we can improve all the infrastructure that we have, diagnostic, etc., etc. But if we do not have an independent body that will audit us, and tell us how we are faring in terms of our performance, in terms of our patient outcome, I can't really see us moving forward, with the agenda of medical tourism. Yeah, we need to be ISO certified. We need to have these institutions that will really tell us very honestly where we are doing well and where we are not doing well. And I really want us to, to benchmark ourselves with higher institutions, not just looking among ourselves. When you are all at the same level and you benchmark amongst yourselves, to me, that's not a very healthy way of doing business. So to HEDA, I'm looking forward on how you can also support the government of Tanzania in terms of establishing a body, that will start the process of that will really, that will drive forward, the agenda of accreditation within the country before even we invite accreditors from outside, accreditation bodies from outside the country. So this is one thing that I really ask you in this meeting to discuss and deliberate. I know you are very much advanced in that area, so I'm sure we'll really benefit on your technical support in terms of how Tanzania can start those baby steps. Yeah, we already have some initiatives within the country that are looking at accreditation of various services like the lab, diagnostic services and other, other areas as well. But we haven't done very much in terms of clinical services. So this is an area that I really, really wish to see you deliberating and, coming up with very tangible deliberations, like how should the government of Tanzania start those baby steps in terms of having that national institutional body, that will help us in accreditation, but also, in accreditation, but also help us in terms of starting those baby steps towards certifying ourselves, in international standards. So that's one homework that I'm leaving to you. And I have no doubt that I have all the experts from TUHEDA, but from Tanzania, but also from other private hospitals. I'm told that Aga Khan is also there. I know you already have done that, and you have made some progress. So now we are talking as a country, because we can't only have one facility that is internationally accredited and all the rest are not. I think in the spirit of one government, but also one health, we need to make sure that most of our institutions are well accredited. We have some other accreditation procedures at the primary health care. I know that is very specific for primary health care, but now I want us to see how the tertiary facilities also are going to be accredited in various services. Once again, I want to thank all of you, but also to congratulate you for making this symposium possible today. And I wish you a very successful event. With these few remarks, I would like to announce that the Tanzania UK Symposium is officially opened. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah. Well, I'm still waiting for someone to take over the floor.
I don't know, maybe Dr. Nyembe, you want to say?
So, thank you, Honorable Permanent Secretary, for officiating this event. And I think now, according to our timetable, we are now so comfortable to keep the ball rolling. So at this point, I think we wish you also all the best. And I think we can relieve you to continue with your schedule for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us continue with the timetable.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all the presentations and official opening speeches from our leaders. I hope you have not forgotten, we just had 3 presentations. The first one was from Dr. Caroline Damian. She was talking about healthcare, organization of health services in Tanzania, and she highlighted on how it is organized and how it is managed both on managerial side and on clinical side as well. And then we had presentation from Dr. Hospital and Orthopedic Institute. And then we had a presentation from Dr. Magid highlighting the critical role of research and audit in improving critical care services. So we have 10 minutes and we welcome the floor for questions and comments, inputs. Maybe we'll be taking a roll of three comments or questions and then we'll
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation for all speakers today. I have a question to Caroline. Do we have any plan to have more specialized hospitals in Tanzania, even a national hospital, more national hospitals, specialized hospitals in the ministry? My other question is about also the critical care auditing, which was presented by a colleague from UK. Is there a possibility to have maybe a kind of partnership, so we can also do research together and even establish critical care registry here in Tanzania? So that's my question. Then the last question goes to Dr. Baraka about the mortality rate, especially medical. It was high, 62%. I wanted to know of this patient, more of them were very sick, or more for rehabilitation maybe. The technology could also help us to reduce mortality, especially if we have ECMOs or para. Can you just give your comment on that?
Thank you. Can we get another comment and question? Do you have from anyone?
Thank you. My name is Dr. Duba, medical charge from Songo Regional Hospital. So my questions goes to Dr. Baraka. We have seen the mortality and also the admission in ICU. They leading those patients with malignancy and end-stage renal disease. Now my question is, what's the reason for admitting these patients in ICU? Like exactly what are the expected achievements or the outcome? And then the other question, can you redefine again what we mean when we say the critical care? What kind of patients are we talking about? Are these patients only those admitted in ICU? How can these patients be also from somewhere else? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Hamis Shabani, consultant neurosurgeon, the head of pediatric neurosurgery at Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute. My question goes to the Tanzanian team who presented on the critical care. I saw on the data the number of specialists is growing on, and that's a big congratulation for us. But I'm asking whether we have any data concerning the nurse, because I know that doctors cannot work alone without the supporting staff. So I'm wondering whether we have the other supporting staff on board, or it's just a skewed human resource capacity development which we are addressing here right now.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Logo from Mali. My question goes to Mozambique. Welcome to Tanzania. It's about the national healthcare audit. My question is, who owns it? Is it the professional body, or who owns it? Who is funding it? To who can access it? That's it.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can now get responses. We start with Dr.
Maybe before the responses, I want also to ask one question from Dr. Mandi. In your presentation, you pointed out about the audit institution too, ICNAC and NCA. I see these institutions are the ones that Tanzania can replicate, but just want to know, you say they are independent institutions. So I want to know the relationship with the government of UK. I understand there is, of course, a part difference between the health system in Tanzania and UK, but I want to know how can they operate the interaction with the government.
Thank you very much. Now, may I welcome Dr. Caroline? I think you have expressed question.
Okay, thank you very much. I have only one question, asking if there's a need of having more national hospitals. So the government, as it is implementing the health sector strategic plan 5, that's AC 2026 currently, we are mostly focusing on the specialization and super specialization care. So the focus is due to the establishment of the specialized institutions which will provide the services at the national level. Like the other national hospitals that we are having, the specialized hospitals actually they're providing the specialized services at the national level. Like JKCI is the National Hospital for Cardiac Care, the Ocean Road for Cancer, the services are provided at the national level. So the focus is more on the specialized, and currently we are looking forward to establish a national maternal and newborn care hospital in Dodoma in the soon implementation will start in the next financial year 2024 and 2025. So that is the direction. However, if the need arises, it's easy to accommodate that because it's a policy issue. Thank you.
Damian, Dr. Kisenki, I think you get the response, yes. Can I now call in Dr. Baraka and Dr. Shafi? You have...
Thank you very much for the questions. Fortunately enough, I have Dr. Teresina here with me as well. We can discuss and give answers to some of the questions. One of the questions from Dr. Kisenki about the from Muhimbili National Hospital of about 52 and the role of other treatment modalities to these patients like ECMO, etc. So critical care services in Tanzania are still growing and improving now and then. We are still developing guidelines, national guidelines for critical care services in the country. We are still developing guidelines at our local institution, MOI, JKCI, Muhimbili, etc. The problem is we are still facing a large burden of critically ill patients. And the problem is how to differentiate them, like which patient will benefit from intensive care and which patient, apart from critically being ill, cannot benefit from aggressive therapy. This is a topic of discussion among clinicians because you'll be called to admit a patient from emergency department who is already intubated, is on a mechanical ventilator, and is a patient with esophageal cancer with metastasis to the lungs and liver, they'll simply ask you, where are we going to take this patient? He is on mechanical ventilation, so you have to accept the patient to ICU. We also get some patients with colorectal cancer with metastasis to the brain. They're having seizures in the emergency department. They are unconscious. They are intubated. Where to admit this patient? So we are currently working on having a palliative care ICU. This kind of ICU will be admitting these patients with irreversible condition, critically ill patients who are terminally ill and who will need minimum care. But for the time being, we don't have such a facility. So all the patients with reversible and irreversible conditions are ending up in ICU. And this increases the cost of running ICUs, especially for those patients who will not benefit with intensive management.
Yes, and the nursing question as well from Dr. Shaban.
Yes, this is a very important question because only at Muhimbili National Hospital we have 11 critical care specialist nurses. And at Moi, they also have 11 critical care specialist nurses. So the number of critical care specialist nurses is even 4 or 5 times than the critical care specialist doctors, and they are growing faster and faster. But here, as we can see, we need to have a critical care audit which will be able to gather all this information from all the tertiary hospitals about the critical care providers.
Thank you. I think, thank you, Dr. Baraka and your team. I think the main message from the team from ICU is that the lack of guidelines on who should be in ICU, that is one. But not only guidelines, they have guidelines. Sometimes it's because of the checklist that Mandip was talking about. ICU is the only place that we feel patients will be safe. So everybody, sometimes everyone would like their patient to be managed in ICU, but it's just because in the normal wards we feel like some of the things are not done. So this is the problem, that if we improve our healthcare system in our hospital as a whole, you'll find some of the patients can be managed in the ward normally and they really don't need ICU care. So even the mortality that they are talking about, you'll find more than 50% are the conditions that were not supposed to be in ICU in the first place. But as Baraka is correctly saying, this is work in progress. They have made a lot of improvement, and as we improve our services as a whole, we are sure that even the critical care services are going to be relieved of the cases that are not theirs. And now, Dr. Mandip, I think you have two questions, yes.
Thank you very much. Really great questions. It's only relatively recently that we've intensive care medicine is a standalone specialty within medicine in the UK. Before it used to be kind of under the umbrella of the Royal College of Anaesthetists. So it's relatively recently that we've established our own society and our own faculty and have been able to develop standards for the provision of critical care services. In terms of the ICNARC, yes, so it's funded by government through charities and through grants with its associations with research. I have contacts within ICNARC, Professor Cathy Rowan, who established ICNARC, and she's an epidemiologist, and Dr. Paul Mounsey, who's taken over from her now. So definitely we can get the conversation going about, sharing and collaborating to establish something similar in Tanzania.
Your question as well? Pat, maybe you can.
Yeah, of course. I saw this one to be a good practice in UK, and of course, I wish if we can also replicate here in Tanzania. But I want to know the role of this institution and the role of the government. What is the interaction there?
So for impartiality, they're independent. So it's an independent organisation which is funded by the government and through charities, but it's not associated with the NHS. So it independently reviews outcomes, so not to bias or to, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think the MC is showing me time. So we need 2 more? Okay. Allow 2 more questions. There's one over there.
Thank you very much. Our colleague from UK, you are saying you have this organization which is multidisciplinary. I wonder if that team has specialists, I mean doctor, nurses, physiotherapists, and pharmacists. And I say even here we have a supply chain challenges. To my opinion, it is important to have that team so that in the event of medicine and the medical devices, it is important to have them on board, and even our documents have to specifically mention, because it is not very they're included as a sideline, and which may drag back our programs. I hope our country is doing fine to include everyone so that we move as a team.
Do you mean
Thank
in
you.
critical care, Buma, too?
Yes, yes,
Critical care
yes.
team. Okay.
At the Muhimbili National Hospital, we have our pharmacists working in the ICU, and they're helping the nurses rather than nurses running to and fro from pharmacy, and even the clinician. So the duty of having all supplies to the ICU is met by pharmacists. In this case, the nurses and the clinician, they have much time to work together in all options as a team.
Yes.
That is my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a comment from Dr. Buma, which is well taken, that when we talk of multidisciplinary team, we also not forget services such as pharmacists. And yes, thank you very much. We're done. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faraja and Dr. Nasib. We're off to a good start. We promised it was going to be a fun marathon. We've completed the first module. We're shortly going to take a tea break. Just a short recap. We've gone through the organizational aspects of healthcare in both Tanzania and the UK. The next module is going to discuss about the research activities going on at tertiary level of our government hospitals, as well as the research endeavors taken by our UK counterparts. We're going to break right now for tea. The next module will be moderated by Professor Makupi and Professor Andrew. Tea is served on this level at the back of the hall. Thank you. See you a little later. Yes. So just before we go for tea, the officials, the delegates, and the directors of different hospitals are going to have a brief media briefing at the back of the hall. May I request we be seated in the time being? For the time being, yeah? Yes. Thank you. Please, delegates and directors of hospitals, please proceed to the back of the hall.
stick. If not, I might have to get it offline. Your computer's online, please. Yes, yes, that's fine. Sure. It's online. Yes, it's under, just scroll down a little bit.
Just some tiny amendments. The press conference will take place in the hall while the rest of us go for tea. Right? And a really, really tiny announcement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There will be an optional ultrasound workshop on point of care ultrasound in the lunch break. If anybody is interested in participating, we have brought with us a new version of a wireless ultrasound probe that we can demonstrate the use of. We will put a QR code on the presentation screen for a survey if you'd like to participate to be taken before the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. So have a lovely tea break and see you in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Shall I go onto my G Drive and see if I can download it from there? I'll try from G Drive. G Drive? Yeah, because it's a Google presentation, so let's try it from G Drive. Thanks. So I need my login. Do you know how I do that? Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hi. Nice to see you. Hello. Excuse me, just grappling with this. I'll join you in a minute when I've sorted this out. New Chrome profile. No. So probably this needs downloading as a PowerPoint, doesn't it? And then it will be okay. Can you display that, or do you need me to? So we do that from here, don't we? Should I do it as a PowerPoint, yeah? That's the other one that we had. I think that's the other presentation, isn't it? The one with a 1 on it. That's it, yeah. Is that okay? Check. Check they will go through. Yeah, that's fine.
the patient line on it, still ventilated. So they do that as part of their route. And then Grace.
There's no video now. I thought it'd be too complicated. So I have got a video, but I don't think it'll pop back. That's fine. That's perfect. Yeah. So I can take that, can't I? Yeah.
Sorry.
Good. Grand.
We've been discussing
we've met
online several times. That's signal too. Good.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Yes.
We just wanted to adjust. I've got 30 slides, that's a 30-minute talk, so I need to cut it down to 15. So if you can just upload my talk, and then I'll delete some slides, and then we can save it, and then that's the...
And
yeah.
for how long are you going to be there?
Well, unfortunately,
And I think Angela's slides we need to pop onto the end, so if you have that up as a...
Okay, which one?
So which one's yours? It's a research talk.
Day of hospital visits in Zanzibar.
My deep research talk would be...
Another symposium in Missouri, unfortunately. So this
That's
one-
me, so I really need that one as well.
Research
Research talk, that's it, yeah. That simple person.
Okay.
Okay, so can I just quickly flick through and then I'll delete some? So I think that's important that it, you know, evidence to support that, you know, why may this be? I'll talk about that. It's, I'll put that, you know, it's part of care, lessons from COVID. Shall I leave the health, shall I put the health inequalities in? Social determinants of health. And research is seen as the, yeah, that's fine. Research and equity, I can talk a bit about where research is done, yeah. UK research infrastructure, yes. MDT research, yes. So I think, get rid of that.
So I use both
How do I tell you this?
techniques, but I use
and I say for this one, I don't need to talk about the policy going forward.
which
Right.
might be useful for you guys because it
GMC,
avoids the
normalising research.
Yeah,
that's important. The role of patients to have say what's important to them. Research can save money, income generate. So I'll talk very quickly about that because we've got some cancer hospitals here. Okay. I just want to see a report.
I mean, it's about,
I'll get rid of that. I'll put there was recent
you've mentioned it actually.
and these are the problems. But these are problems with research that they found, which I think they'll relate to. I'll get rid of life sciences industry, get rid of the strategy. What does this mean? Opportunity to collaborate. We've got great stuff going on already. And I'll just be I'll talk about this, but just one slide. I think that should. I'll rattle through that.
That should be fine. That should be fine. Right, and what we need, and then so we just can we get to my one?
If I minimise this,
just minimise that,
and
then
then
the other one that says research Tanzania.
Yeah, so that goes on after.
Yeah, so then these 3 slides, we just want to cut them and add them into that so it's in one.
So if we do that, I don't know if I work on this on Mac. That's it.
And I'll
Just right click probably when you're on it.
she's a nurse, she's helping us with
And then
research.
if I close this,
Yes.
okay.
So don't save, just in case, yeah.
And then
go back to your one, which
That's what
is
we're
minimised.
trying now. We're establishing that we've done 2 already. So this is a case study.
and then I'll come in here.
Yeah. Which again
This is
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah?
So
Yeah. Shall I put a slide saying the BHR experience or something?
yeah, or
Insert. Slide. Something like
BHR.
research at Queen's or a research.
Set up at, yeah.
Yeah.
Put an R in there.
Oh God, yeah, sorry. That would be research set up at Queen's Hospital. Yeah. Oh good. Fabulous. Is that okay? Thank you. It makes life easy. Let life easier for you.
Because
Yeah.
one of the talks it says both of our names, but it'll just be the one.
does everything with the endoscope and then keeps
Yeah.
the endoscope for slightly more complex.
So then my talk is minimised. Yeah.
And then suitable for translation.
Right. I need to.
Relatively good scopes. And I think the
vinatumika wanavyotumia wenyewe moja kwa moja, labda kukata sio nini, na wenyewe ndio wanakuwa wanaagiza, si naagiza labda mashine au spare part. Sisi tunaona hapo vitu na vitu vingi na kwa hiyo ukitoka ukienda ukaonana naye ukajaribu kumwelezea product zenu, kwa hiyo unakuwa na moja huku kwa technical upande wa mashine mnashauri, lakini huku kuna vitu vingine
I'm very good, thank you. I want them to put my slide up. Oh, these young people. These are the medical students. We invited them.
What did you say?
So we went when we went to Bongoya Island. They were.
Oh, you found them here or you came with them?
We found them.
All right. They're from UK?
Yes.
wapi? Hiyo. Mhm.
Unakuwa huwezi kuifungua eh? Unaweza ukachukua nyingine ukaweka hapa bila kufungua ukaiangalia. Unatumia pointer. Stroke. Imeandikwaje? Stroke. Stroke management Tanzania.
You're safe.
Hapo ifungue ni au ipeleke na slide 19. Sawa. Asante.
Okay, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
I correct it. PPT. PPT.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats so we can continue with the next module. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated so we can begin the next module. So the QR code on the screen, kindly take part in this survey. It's basically to understand the uptake of ultrasound in Tanzania. Kindly scan the QR code and take the survey. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please scan the code. We're about to put the next slide up. Are we done scanning the QR code? We're about to take it down. You can proceed with the next presentation. So I would like to welcome the moderators of the next module, Professor Makubi and Professor Dina, who are going to take us through the next module, which is basically about research activities, clinical research in Tanzania and in the United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. I would like to welcome everyone to our second session on the research activities and experiences in our institutions, both for UK and Tanzania. I'm Professor Ebo Makubi. I'm going to moderate this session together with Professor Andrew from the UK. And we are going to have three presenters. We have three presenters. The first presenter is Dr. Pedro Axari Palanjo. Are you around?
I am.
Yes. Dr. Pedro is a special physician and also a public health specialist. And he currently heads the unit of research training and public outreach at Jakaya Kikwete Institute. He received his training at Muhimbili, and he did his Master of Public Health in the US, but also Master in Internal Medicine at Muhimbili in Tanzania. Dr. Pedro has published a total of 61 publications, and 46 of which has been the first author. Congratulations to you, Dr. Pedro, for that achievement. And he 7 years ago received the Young African Research Award for his scholarly work at Jakaya Kikwete and the other institution. His current research interest involves exploration of intervention to reduce cardiovascular risk and improve outcomes in hypertensive, cardiomyopathy, and heart failure patients in Tanzania. You are welcome, Dr. Palanjo, to present a topic on research activities in the government tertiary hospital in Tanzania. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Professor Makubi, for kind remarks. Good morning, colleagues. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to present research activities at our tertiary institutions. And I would like to start with mission and vision. These are of Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute, but mission and vision of all our tertiary institutions have research as a core function. So it's important to say that we all have research activities at the heart of all our activities. So once again, these are some clinical achievements from Jakaya Kikwete. Sorry, I'll be a little bit biased because I'm from JKCI, but a lot of these are going to reflect the larger picture of what's happening at all our tertiary institutions. So with all those activities, what comes in our minds is that all our tertiary institutions generate enormous amount of data, but the question is, do we tap in to those data as we should? So this one will come a little bit later, but the message here is that all our institutions, with the volume of patients that we attend, we generate quite a number of data. As we are all aware, research goes hand in hand with training, and all our tertiary institutions are training centers for all our medical courses from diploma level to PhD levels, but as well we also conduct quite a number of short courses, accredited CMEs. And just to put a figure on the training aspect, around Muhimbili, where we have 3 institutions, that's MOI, MNH, and JKCI, we harbor about 500 plus students every year, so that's quite enormous training. So Tanzania is a beautiful country, and that's a beautiful picture of the islands of Zanzibar, and I believe that our colleagues will have an opportunity to visit at least one of these. So aside from the clinical activity, JKCI and of course other tertiary level hospitals conduct public outreach. And this one aims at 4 things mainly. One is to build capacity. Second is to generate local data on the rise of NCDs, as we are all aware. We have also to educate our communities on the preventive strategies. So this is a picture of what JKCI has done in the last 1 year or so. We have covered a total of 16 regions, and we have screened over 12,000 individuals. Again, this is data generated, which definitely, if used appropriately, then this will inform practice and definitely policy as well. So data management is quite a tricky thing in our daily, in our routine clinical activities, because with the volume of patients that we see, we have to match that volume with outputs as far as data that should inform our daily practice is concerned. This slide aims to share our 8-year database or cohort of peripartum cardiomyopathy women, which was started in 2016. And we have observed quite a lot of things, and most of these are actually quite unique to our own locality. So this shows an importance of us keeping our own data, making sure that we analyze it so that we do not wait for data from outsiders to inform what is happening in our own locality. So this study definitely will be published sometime this year, but fascinating results from our own setting. So for us to be where we want to be, as far as research is concerned, we have to invest. And investment will entail us to build capacity at our own people. And for us to build capacity, we have to have strategy towards that. So at Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute, over the last few years, we have learned that for us, and of course this applies to the rest of our colleagues from tertiary institutions, we have to leverage on 4 important things. So one, we have to recognize research activities as much as clinical activities are regarded as proper activity or work. So this entails building a research unit or research department, and that definitely entails employing individuals who will be responsible or who will belong to that particular department. This is where we were missing or we were lagging behind, and that's why research activities over the years have been taken to be activities of a university or a teaching institution, not a hospital per se. But this one is changing rapidly, which is a good thing. With all the data being generated from the hospitals, then definitely clinicians and practitioners should be at the front of making sure that that particular data that is generated brings meaningful results. So apart from employment, we have workers or employees who have clinical duties but have research interests. So for us to be sure that we tap into those particular strengths, we had to introduce what we call protected time for research activities. And at the moment, we have 3 days that are designated for research activities at JKCI, and those are Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. And since we introduced this, we have seen a remarkable improvement both on the side of our data management, our data keeping, our databases are better than years ago, but also we have seen an increase in publications and dissemination in scientific activities. Apart from that, in order to convince these clinicians to stop, not to stop per se, but to split their time and involve themselves in research, we had to introduce what we call incentives. So incentives for research activities are currently in several modalities. One of the incentives is that when a member of JKCI sends an abstract to a scientific conference and it's accepted anywhere in the world, the institution will sponsor this particular member to go to those conferences and present. Another thing is with regards to publication, once you submit your publication, your manuscript to any journal, regardless of the publication fee, the institution will cover it. So with these incentives, then people are now motivated because they know that once they do research, they will travel and they will get good publication from any journal. But also with capacity building, we have to conduct several trainings to empower the in-house team so that they are able to write their own proposals, conduct their own research. And now we've gone a step further. We are building capacity on grant writing at our institution. So once again, that's Ngorongoro, a beautiful crater found in Tanzania. So with part of dissemination and of research findings, that's just what I've said, so I'll skip that slide. Another big obstacle, especially at our locality, is when it comes to funding of research activities. And over the years, we have been sitting behind just waiting for funds from outside. And after realizing that that's not gonna work all the time, then we had to change gears. And at the moment, for example, at Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute, we have set an internal allocation of funding, significant amount of funds to research. But as well as I've said in my previous slide, we are building capacity on grant application, and this we are not doing alone, definitely in collaboration with our partners who are displaying in the upcoming slides. So again, that's beautiful Serengeti, and I hope that if you're not going to visit all the ones that I've showed you, at least you'll visit Serengeti. So all that we have achieved in the past few years did not come from internal efforts alone. We have had quite a number of partners, both in care training and research, and we have seen a tremendous improvement and rise in all our activities, because as we know, when we collaborate, then you have better results in bilaterally, I should say. So just to wind up, what we have learned in the couple of last years as far as strengthening our research capacities and capabilities at tertiary level institution, I would like to leave you with 5 things. So first of all, we have to invest in capacity building. As I've said, this is very crucial because we are the ones who generate the data. We should be at the front foot of analyzing the data and telling what is happening at our centers. Incentivizing research is important. It's unlikely that people will quit or will split time from their clinical activities, which, as we know, it's incentivized directly, and just volunteer on doing research activities. So we have to balance and make sure that people who do research are also rewarded in one way or another. We have to tell our stories. As I've said, we generate quite a lot of data, but we do not write as much as we should. So as my colleagues, we need to put more efforts in telling what is happening at our institutions, because definitely that is more likely to inform what we should do and bring more meaningful results. The issue of health management information system is a big challenge. If we are to do bigger research and, of course, clinical trials, we must find a way to integrate our health management information systems, as we know that our patients, especially in this era of NCDs, have multiple comorbidities, and this entails them to attend quite a number of clinics. Now, with different HMISs, then our care is disjointed in a way, but also our data is scattered, and so it becomes very difficult to produce better results. Collaboration is key, as I've said, and with those remarks, I would like to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pedro, for this nice presentation. Now you can sit, and we move to the next presenter.
I'm Professor Andrew Diener. It's my great pleasure to be moderating this session and to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Khadija Yahya Malima, who myself and our group had the great pleasure of spending the day with and benefiting from her wisdom yesterday, even visiting her office in the Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences. She is a consultant epidemiologist with a nursing background and is currently a lecturer at the MUHAS in Dar es Salaam. She is the MUHAS MOU coordinator for UK-Tanzanian relations. She has more than 16 years of experience working with national, regional, and international experts in academia, public health interventions, and within the healthcare system in Tanzania. She has worked in different fields, from academic leadership to the regulation of healthcare professionals, ethical regulation of biomedical research, and an advisory role for the government of Tanzania in science, technology, and innovations in health, as well as evidence-based policy and decision-making. She is currently the chairperson of the Tanzania National Health Ethics Research Committee at the National Institute for Medical Research. She's a board member of the NIMR Council and a member of the Board of Trustees of the Ganzila National Hospital. She represents Tanzania at the European and Developing Countries Clinical Trials General Assembly. She is highly committed to contributing her skills and expertise to teams that deliver healthcare solutions to society. Her current research is focused on neurophysiology rehabilitation of children with stroke, silent cerebral infarcts due to sickle cell disease by using innovative ICT-based tiles. So I'm amazed that you have time to come and give us a talk with all those fantastic roles that you undertake. So welcome, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thank you very much. I didn't want to have all that long introduction, but we couldn't summarize it in time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here in front of you. Kwa waheshimiwa, protocol observed, but first and foremost, I would like to thank the people who thought that having a two-header UK-Tanzania collaboration is important. So thank you everyone for a good work done. And I also need to mention that we would like to thank Professor Makubi, who went early this year to the UK, and I think they had an agreement to visit Moe, but we hijacked them, thinking that, if it's the first time we're doing this, then it shouldn't be Moe, it should be a national representation. So here we are, we need to clap for ourselves. Thank you. I'm going to talk very briefly. I heard Dr. Palangio, explaining how the JKCI is really set to do research. That's wonderful, but I think that is also a bit, you have to be a seasoned researcher to be able to fit into that. What I'm going to introduce to you is how the rest of us clinicians can get into research, because it is one of our mandate. Now we cannot get promotions until we do research and publish, and we know that the healthcare provider patient ratio is not very supportive for people to sit after clinicals. You cannot sit on your laptop and think of doing research. So I'm trying to find a way out for all of us. So clinical-based health research to improve patients' health outcomes, and we are going basically talk about evidence-based practice. Evidence practice basically is integrates the best evidence available from research with clinical expertise and the patient's unique values and circumstances. It was first defined by David Sackett in the 90s, but it has moved on. It has had more additions, and we need to consider characteristics of the practice in context. Now we're talking of people who are in Moi, Amana, Mbeya Referral Hospital, where therapeutic teams work. We need to consider results from sound methodological designs, and then we also need to look into clinical expertise. Education and experience is also very vital. So this brings up an interest of all one of you who are working in the clinical area, and it does not matter where. So basically, you have your clinical expertise, you have your patient preferences, and they come in various forms nowadays, and then you also have to look into the best evidence, because now technology has made it possible for us to even access a little bit of what the others are doing. So that brings about evidence-based practice. Dr. Pedro mentioned that, you cannot walk alone, and I think it's very important for us to understand that evidence-based practice is always in teams. Into what is really, you'll have an inquiry. It all depends on what you want to ask. Usually to be something of importance. Maybe you have patient critical care units dying every day, and you need to ask yourself, why are they dying? So that question, which would need an answer, will have to get into reflection. You reflect, you have a practice question, you look for the best evidence, and you translate that evidence based on your context. If you're in a referral hospital, maybe you have more opportunities. But if you are in one of the regional hospitals, you look into the opportunities that can make you practice this. And then you reflect, you practice, you learn, and then you come out with the best practice based on your context. And then you actually improve patient outcomes, and then it goes on and on, depending on how troubled we are or how best we're doing. So how is it done? I'm trying to simplify this. You identify a clinical problem of importance. This clinical problem of importance should be contextually based. I'm sure Temeke Regional Hospital are not having the same problems as the Musoma Regional Hospital, come to think of it, any other places. So your context actually defines what questions you're going to ask and what research you should be doing, and it shouldn't be one template that fits all, because it doesn't. Ask, you formulate a clear answerable question, you acquire, you search for the available evidence from scientific research. We all have our gadgets nowadays. Your mobile phone is a very good working tool. So you cannot excuse yourself to say that you cannot get the best evidence. And then you appraise, critically assess the evidence for its validity, impact, and applicability. You apply, you integrate the appraisal with the clinical expertise, patient preferences to make a practical decision or a change. And then you need to evaluate the outcomes of the decision or change and seek a way to improve. One of the key things that we have not been able to do is we never assess the databases we have on our clinical patients. And that is a wealth of research data. JKCI have set the pace, but I think we, the rest of us, need to know that all the data that is collected, and we all now have e-systems where data is collected, not just the files. So that is a wealth of information for you to work. You do not need to go and do data collection elsewhere. Your clinical patients are the database you need. We are doing this because we need to enhance therapeutic outcomes. EBP ensures that patient care is based on the latest and most robust evidence. And why is this? We all need to have better health outcomes. We're talking about universal health coverage, but we also need more effective practices and enhanced patient satisfaction because the technology development has made it possible for us to grow and change our clinical practice. But most importantly, healthcare professionals would also make them stay with the current new developments in their field. You're always an updated person. You cannot work the way we did back in 10 years because otherwise you will fail to thrive in the clinical practice. And then you can also assist to deliver mandates of the institution that is employing you. You also get intrinsic satisfaction if you actually manage to have a patient walk back home healthy and with less disabilities. But it's also important for you to be published. You need to be acknowledged for the work you're doing to save mankind. But last and not least, this is for your promotion. We now have, I think from the Utumishi, we as clinicians have to publish. If you do not publish, you perish. But then we should not get to do the research that we at MUHAS are doing. You know, the critical thinking, the jargons and everything, the academic discussions, you are just focusing on the patient outcomes. If you do your updates, do your clinical work that would actually improve patient care, that is a wonderful job. You do not have to do the meta-analysis that we do because it's complicated and you do not have the time, but you are a committed clinician. And so, in order to stay abreast with the scientific development in this world, there is a standard way that these things are done. It's the framework called PICO. The PICO model is a framework that's used to develop focused clinical questions that facilitate searching for evidence in evidence-based practice. P is actually for the patient. I is the interventions that you're doing. C is the comparison. So normally you would like to compare. If you have found that maybe if I do surgery in this manner, it might be different from the standard. So you can actually do an innovation and see how you compare with the standard treatment or something that is within the credible limits of your ability or within the regulations that guide you. And then you also look for the outcome. You look for the outcome or results that are of interest. The future. We need to team up. No one who works alone gets far. So we need to set up an accredited course to structure and promote clinical research modalities. And now here I'm talking about MUHAS. MUHAS, UDOM, these are the academic institutions by the government, and they can set this type of research and publication for the clinicians so that we actually have an accredited system that would make sure that you get what you need. But we also need to set a foundation for facilitating publishing relevant clinical research for health facilities. We have our journal from NIMBRI. We have other local journals, and we need to promote those. So these are some of the work that will feed into that. And why is that important? We need to improve clinical practice, allow professional growth for clinicians, keep mentoring, coaching, and upcoming professionals. We have a young workforce that is taking so much of space, but we're not able to have them at work with us right now. But if we set this structure, then when they come in, they can easily be accommodated and coached and mentored. So thank you for listening. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza.
Thank you, Dr. Adija Malima, for a very good presentation. So our next presenters are Dr. Anjum and also Dr. Mandip. Dr. Mandip has already been introduced in her first presentation. I think she's a critical care specialist. But we have Dr. Anjum, who is a neurologist. And she has been working with BHRUT for a number of years. And she has been also having a lot of interest in Parkinson's disease and the stroke. And she is currently the clinical director of research and innovation at BHRUT and a honorary clinical senior lecturer at...
So I'm going to be talking about the importance of research in improving patient care and outcomes. And I think the take-home message from my talk is really summarised on this slide here, that research-active hospitals have better patient outcomes, and there's a whole wealth of emerging data that supports this. So there's a correlation within trust activity and mortality rates. Patients that receive cancer care in research-active hospitals have better outcomes. There's better patient and staff satisfaction in hospitals that are research-active. Also, there's a relationship between staff thriving through engagement with research activity in retrospective cross-sectional studies. And I think this is the key paper here, which really demonstrates research activity and the association with mortality. So you can see very clearly here with mortality on the side here and research funding across the bottom, that those hospitals that are much, much more research active than others have significantly better outcomes for mortality. So I'd know which hospital I'd want to be looked after in if I was ill. So why may this be? What happens when you take part in research as a hospital? Why do your outcomes improve? And I don't think we have the answer yet. But let me talk to you about a couple of examples from my experience running critical trials within critical care. So the BLING-3 study was an international multi-center study which we were very privileged to be part of, and it looked at giving infusions of beta-lactams, of tazocin and meropenem, versus the boluses that we usually give on critical care. Now, this trial was actually led locally in our trust by one of our critical care pharmacists. And prior to us implementing this study, we would be making up the drugs within a 100 ml bag and running it through over an hour into the patient. And there would be a small volume that would be left in the line that the patient wasn't receiving. Now, when we did our calculations, we found that was up to 20 to 30% of the whole dose of the tazocin or the meropenem. Now, this trial mandated that patients who received the antibiotics received the entire dose. So we had to change our processes. Now, that affected not only patients that were in the trial, but patients who were receiving care throughout the critical care. So it changed and it improves outcomes in that way. On your right is the EFFORT study, which was led, again, a multi-center international randomized clinical trial, which was led locally by our critical care dietitian. And it looked at the effect of higher protein dosing in critically ill patients, so standard feeds versus higher protein feeds in critically ill patients. Now, our dietitian had an inclination that we probably weren't delivering what was standard care. So she did an audit looking at what do we adhere to standard care in terms of giving the standard dose of protein. And we found that not through any, not intentionally, however, when you disconnect the feed to go for a scan, or you disconnect the feed for a trial of extubation, that our patients were not receiving, a proportion of them were not receiving standard care. So she made changes based on that audit and introduced protein supplementation. So small supplements that were prescribed 3 times a day for protein supplementation. Now that meant, first of all, we were achieving standard care better, but also we could take part in this trial because we were achieving standard care. So we went on to recruit to Target for this trial, and she did exceptionally well. However, taking part in the trial was what initiated those changes, and it has improved care for every single patient that's looked after in our ICU. So maybe it's changes like this that really do differentiate, those mortality outcomes from, hospitals that are research active versus those that aren't. In the UK, the NHS recognises and is definitely driving forward for a culture change, and it's really advocating that research is part of everyday clinical care. It's not separate, it's not for a group of people who are interested. Research is everybody's duty. It recognises that research leadership may not be for everyone, and there's a few of us who are very keen in that respect. But supporting research, offering research to patients, telling patients about research is every single healthcare professional's duty. We learnt a lot from the COVID pandemic. And I think one of the greatest lessons that we've learned in the UK is about the health inequities that exist within our population. We went into COVID with these pre-existing health inequities, and I think they were magnified by the pandemic. And we learned a lot more about the social determinants of health. So, where you live, what access you get to housing, education, social support, your family structures, employment, all of these are the wider determinants of health, which we're learning a lot more about and were really magnified during the COVID pandemic. And research here is seen as a solution going forwards. Research can help us understand why these health inequities exist and how we can improve equity of access to healthcare, but also equity of access to research, because not every single hospital in the UK and every single department in the UK takes part in research. So that clearly leads to an inequity of care for our patients. This is one example of research inequity, and this can be interpreted in very different contexts. On the graph on your left here shows areas where diabetes is most prevalent in a part of England versus areas where diabetes research is happening, and there is a mismatch. Okay? If you look at your graph on the right, it shows areas where strokes are most prevalent and where stroke research is happening. So there's a big mismatch here, and I think within the UK we're trying to move forward to try and reduce this health and research inequity. Within the UK, we're very, very fortunate that we have the National Institute for Health and Care Research, and I work within their anaesthesia and critical care division. And this is a research infrastructure which is very, very closely embedded within the NHS care services. So there is an R&D department within each hospital, and they are very closely associated with the National Institute of Health and Care Research. So, for example, if I, in the future, were to become a chief investigator for a study, I would take that study to the National Institute of Health and Care Research, and they would be able to disseminate that to all of the regions within the UK, to all of the R&Ds within all of the research and development offices within all of the hospitals, asking for participation. The other thing that's really important to take home here is that research is for everyone. It's not just for doctors, it's not just for nurses, it's for every single person. It's for allied health professionals, it's for the dietitians, the pharmacists, the speech and language therapists, the physiotherapists. Research is for everybody, and it's something that we're very, very keen on within the UK and within BHRUT. Indeed, within our critical care services, nearly all of our AHPs have been leading on research, which is something I'm very, very proud of. The GMC, the General Medical Council of the UK, is recognising the importance of research and has issued a statement saying that it's the duty of every doctor to be taking part in research, and it's something that we are going to have to, it's going to come up in our appraisals, and it's something that we're going to have to revalidate against. And this is all part of, how Dr. Pedro was saying about incentivising and promoting the role of research within everyday clinical care. It's very, very important to engage patients in the type of research we do. What we think is important, important areas of research to focus on, important outcomes for patients, are not necessarily what patients think is important. A simple example of this is, up until recently, we've looked at 30-day outcomes after surgery. Patients have come back to us and said, I don't have surgery to live for 30 days. I have surgery to live for many more days and with a good functional outcomes. So the research we do needs to be focused on patient-centered outcomes rather than outcomes that are important to us or interesting for us as clinicians. And therefore, within NIHR and the research processes within the UK, patients are involved right the way from contemplation of research ideas and setting the agenda for research right the way through to how research should be delivered. The other thing to highlight, research can save money. I think we can all appreciate that, but research can also income generate. And I just want to show you some data from this publication not so long ago. And I know we've got some cancer hospitals here. So the Royal Marsden is one of our flagship cancer hospitals in the UK, and they generate over half of their income from participation in research. And I think that's something really to aspire to. Sadly, post-pandemic, the UK went from being the fourth best contributor to commercial research to the 10th. And the government commissioned an inquiry into why this may be. And Lord O'Shaughnessy led that inquiry and has come up with several issues. And this really, really resonates with what Dr. Pedro was talking about. And it reflects the journey that the UK now has to take, and it's very similar with the challenges that you're facing in Tanzania. And that's that there's often a lot of bureaucracy around setting up research. There's a lack of accountability for underperformance in clinical trials. Research is not prioritised. Doctors and nurses lack incentives. Conversations about research are absent from everyday clinical encounters with patients. And we're failing, likewise, to take advantage of the considerable data sets within the NHS. So we empathise, and hopefully we're on this journey together. So what does all of this mean? Why am I talking about this also passionately? Because I see the great potential that there is within the UK, the great potential there is within Tanzania, and the great potential that there is for collaboration and to build on success. I'm aware that you have the National Institute for Medical Research within Tanzania, and I was reading up on this before I came. But also within the NIHR, the National Institute of Health and Care Research within the UK, there is a separate funding stream looking at global health research, and they've been extensively involved in a lot of projects. Just some of them here. This is available on their website. Over here on your left, you have Professor Rupert Pearce. On the right, you have Bruce Bickard, who's from South Africa. Rupert Pearce is my PhD supervisor, and he's leading on the global healthcare group on perioperative care and critical research in Uganda and in South Africa. And they've set up the APORG, the African Perioperative Research Group, and they are collecting data on surgical outcomes in pediatric patients, but also they're doing the African Critical Illness Outcome Study, which is essentially an epidemiological study looking at what are the outcomes of patients undergoing critical care within African nations. So this is something that I'm able to maybe discuss with colleagues further to take forward. There's also the APRISE organisation, which again is funded by the NIHR, and it's an African partnership for perioperative and critical care research. And I understand that Dr. Tim Baker is the country lead for Tanzania. So this is again just an example of critical care and anaesthesia research that we can look to take forward. and just some of their projects. I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Anjum Misbahudin, who's our Clinical Director for Research at Queen's, just to talk a little bit about research at Queen's. Thanks, Anjum.
So I'm just 3 slides really about how we are organised at Queen's Hospital Romford. So from a research perspective, actually we're a relatively small group, but we want to expand. But we do have a core number of research staff. We have what we call delivery staff, so these are often research nurses or research midwives as well, who are the patient-facing staff who carry out clinical trial visits, and we have 15 whole-time equivalents of them at the moment. There's also a lot of research support staff that we need to deal with the data and also patient communications and engagement. The core staff of the R&I manager and directors, but also leading on the governance and things like invoicing. And we have pharmacy staff. We undertake a number of clinical trials with medications, and so we have a number of permanent pharmacy staff. And obviously our principal investigators, and like Mandeep has highlighted, the principal investigator is the lead for the clinical trial at each individual hospital, but they're not just doctors. We have senior nurses, pharmacists and therapists who have been PIs for studies. So we have trials in many of our departments. Critical care and anaesthesia are one of our most representative specialities, and Mandeep's one of our research leads, but in lots of other departments. But we also know that there are some departments missing there, and again, that's something that we would want to focus on to try and enlarge the range of studies that we do. This is a snapshot of the number of studies. It's a little bit out of date now, but just shows we need to have a range of studies as well to make a viable research department. So some observational studies, which are maybe easier to set up and take part in. More junior staff can start to learn about research by doing those, and we can build up the number of patients that we recruit into studies. And then more complex interventional studies, which are, some are CTIMPs, which are new medicinal products, or in devices which take a lot more time to set up, and the study visits are more complex, so there's less patients involved with those. At the moment, we only have a small amount of commercial research, but based on the O'Shaughnessy report, we're hoping that that will increase, and then we can bring in more finance, which then we can invest directly back into research. We have, I think we've just had an update, so we've got 19 studies at the moment in setup, so hopefully this number grows continually. And I've mentioned some of this already, so we want to encourage the leaders of our trust to invest more in research, which historically hasn't necessarily been an area that they have been focusing on. Increase our income so then we can invest ourselves back into more clinical trials by doing more commercial work. Maintaining a broad range of studies, so where the funding we receive nationally is based on the number of patients that we recruit and the complexity. So we need to have this mixture of some more simple observational studies and the more complex interventional studies. And what we would really like to do in our unit is to provide the administrative support and background so that more of our clinicians can act as chief investigators, i.e. they lead the study nationally with their own original ideas and can apply for grants, etc. But that's quite a lot of work, and as people have said, we need dedicated time to be able to put those grant proposals together and then carry out these new studies. I'll leave it there, but we'll be able to take questions on details later.
So we're going to put 4 chairs at the front, and we'd like to invite the 4 speakers to come and sit at the front to make the discussion a little easier. People don't have to twist their necks to see who's speaking. So whilst we're doing that, perhaps if we can start the discussion once you're all sitting with your thoughts as to how our 2 groups, so the Tanzanian group, which is obviously very large, and our more defined group from BHRUT could work together to develop some joint research interests. Has anyone got any thoughts on that? Should we start with you, Pedro? Should I just repeat that? So I'm just interested in your thoughts as to how we can work together to develop some joint research interests between our institution in London and your various groups in Tanzania.
Right, thank you very much. So that's a very good question, and it's certainly one of the things that we desire, and I think it's going to be of importance from both ends. I think, first of all, we have to find ways to create teams, and these teams should have a way. So I'll give an example of what we do with our collaborators from NYU. So we have paired colleagues from JKCI with colleagues from NYU, and we have monthly meetings. Before every meeting, we have set a list of deliverables that these teams should deliver coming the monthly meetings. And during these meetings, we discuss from both ends what, for example, databases that we're working on. And with those databases and the variables that are included, we discuss the potential research questions that we can answer. And so we set tasks of certain teams to develop different manuscripts, and then we move forward from there. So I think we have to actively engage people from both ends and putting tangible outcomes that can be measured in all those specific meetings.
Could you pass the microphone to Angela?
Yeah, I think the enthusiasm is definitely there from both sides. It takes a little bit of organising, and so perhaps we need to kind of choose some areas that may be relative strengths that we can start collaborating with, and choosing some focused areas of research.
And Khadija?
Thank you. Now, hearing from the experts, I'm also looking at the national level. I think we at the referral hospitals are, you could say, relatively in a better position to do collaborative research because we have the experience and we have the databases. But what model I would like for us to have is the one which would cascade to the regional hospitals, and I think where the greatest burden is, and then there isn't enough facilities. So the first thing I would like us to do is to look into what problems are we facing with our clinical care. Are the patients getting better? If they're coming up with complications, what are those complications? And then that would frame the question. I still want to use the same model. Framing the questions means we can actually identify expertise in the UK, in Tanzania, that can actually pitch in and improve. And then we'll do like operational research using the PICO model. And one of the key things you have mentioned about the critical care outcome research, I suggested to one of my students, and then I realized we are not even well positioned to do the critical care research, because one of the ethics approval we give, you should not involve critically ill patients who cannot give their personal consent. So now it means, we have to upgrade our regulations and say you can involve critically ill patients because they are the most who need help. So that is one of the things we have to do, and we're going to work that at NIMBRI. And then I would like us to really focus on where it is much needed. Thank you.
Yeah, no, great question, and I agree with all of the comments made so far. And I think today is a great opportunity because we've got all key stakeholders here. You know, we've got clinicians from the shop floor and we've got government representatives. So it's a great opportunity to really make a commitment to work collaboratively and to do research. And I think the two things are going to be about engaging stakeholders and having everybody on the same page, and having that commitment. And I think the other key thing here that we can work very closely on is mentorship. You know, certainly we have hospitals that are very research active and hospitals that are less research active. We have departments that are very research active, other departments within the trust that are less research active. And that mentorship of people that have the experience of setting up research, mentoring and supporting others is going to be really key in the work that we do with both countries.
So can we open the floor for questions? If we take 3 initially and see how we get on.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations for great presentations. Actually, I would like to appreciate the initiatives that you are doing on advancing the research in a number of areas. Myself, I'm coming from the traditional medicine, so probably I can be alone in this room. And maybe I don't have professors of traditional medicine. But I think for me to be here is a step towards having or excel in this area. So in our country, traditional medicine and alternative medicine, these are practices that are recognized by the law. So it's the same as the Western medicine. So it's like we have 2 wings, Western medicine and traditional medicine, alternative medicine. I don't know in the UK how it works, but my call, this is like my call to you, or if you have any plan to extend the research interest in traditional and alternative medicine. Because despite that most of you are majoring on Western medicine, but still a lot of people are using traditional medicine in my country. And bad enough, some of them, they try even to use traditional medicine while they're in wards. So you can find a patient JKCI, you can provide everything, but you can't provide tea or porridge. So the relatives, they bring porridge with traditional medicine in it, or tea, or whatever kind of thing that the patient needs. Those things interfere or interact with your management plans. Sometimes probably...
Thank you. I think we've
sorry, my question is their interest to expand their interest in this area. Thank you.
So I think that's a really interesting thing for us from the UK, because we don't have so much traditional medicine now. To be really interested in both Khadija and Pedro's views on traditional medicine. And one of the arguments that's always made against homeopathy, for instance, which is used in the UK, is that there is no research base to support it. So I'd be interested in those of you who work locally in your views on this.
Yes, thank you very much. Certainly there's great interest in traditional medicine, and we know that Tanzania is one of the enriched biodiversity countries, and I think we need to capitalize on that. The only thing is that we do have to assure safety of patients when we do give traditional medicine, and the only catch is sometimes we're not able to access what is in the ingredients. So coming back to what is the standard procedure, the first thing with the research in traditional medicine, we need to ensure that the ingredients are not toxic. And we know we have offices that have that mandate to ensure that whatever it is in the traditional herbs or barks is not toxic to human consumption. That is the first phase. And the second one is we have to do the basic laboratory clinical trials, which will ensure the dose response to whatever ailment that traditional medicine is supposed to cure. And then when we are sure that it is safe, efficacious, even at an animal level, then we can go to humans. The only problem we have, if we are part and parcel of infusing toxic ingredients to patients, then we'll be liable. That's the only catch. So we would like to encourage the traditional medicine research teams to come together use the WHO guidelines because we don't have the local ones right now. There is a nice guideline which tells us what stages, like I've mentioned. Once we're sure that this is the herbal medicine that works, then we do a clinical trial with all the other ethics considerations in place. I think no one refused that it is very important and it is helpful. Some of us have even been bathed with traditional herbs and it cured all our scabies and everything. So we know there are certain which work and there are also those which are toxic. It's just that we need to, come back together and see how these things are done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adija. But his question was primarily about whether the UK team can also extend collaboration in that area. I think that can be answered later. Let me take another 2 questions, but I think the UK team can also respond to that specific question if they're interested to be able to support the traditional medicine research in Tanzania, and maybe to learn more about all these challenges which we are facing, and if they are really of interest to our people and if they can benefit them. So the second question comes from Professor Janab. Yes, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But as you said, I'm Mohammed from Muhimbili National Hospital. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I heard the question, but before I go to the question which was presented, how can we, with the UK, I think it's important for all of us first to, mindset has to change that research is not for university, it's not for publication only, it's not for jumping from one position to another, because once we change, that's for all of us, then we can go to the relationship and others, because any research can change my daily clinical practice if I have a local data. So that's pretty important. All of us participants, especially my colleagues from Tanzania, should know that, and I wish we are all of us with MOHAS, most of us were with MOHAS, so we understand. Secondly, coming to that, Mr. Chairman, again with your permission, because our bosses from the Minister of Health are here, I think you need, as a ministry, we would recommend to increase the demand for research from us, because there is a very low demand for research by policymakers. I think if you can push it more, it can take off. And as a ministry, you are here, just let's recall in 2001 in Abuja, in April, Abuja Declaration said 15% of the budget. I think it's good to remind, we have just finished our budget, but the discussion is on. So please just, an additional question to the parliamentarians will be helpful in the research. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'll come back to specific, how can we work with UK?
Yeah, just briefly, Professor, because of time.
Very, very briefly, I'll be very briefly. First, I think the UK, if you can, with us, how we can increase the funding for the postdoctorate research. We might have a discussion on that, but otherwise an equitable research partnership that make optimum use of our local expertise. We can discuss on that. Pick a topic which is beneficial for both ends, and that might help. So thank you for that. The others will discuss during break time, because we'll have more details.
Thank you, Professor. The next question, we take the first 3 first, and then we maybe that one, then we come to the Minister of Health. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Just
Chairman.
be direct.
Yes.
And
thank you, presenters. I'm Anthony Asay, a consultant orthopedic surgeon from Moi. My question goes to Anjum and Mandip with regard to commercial research. Can you give us the trick on how to go about it and the nitty-gritties associated with it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just because our time is so limited, I just maybe allow one other person, that one at the back. Then we come to the Minister of, then we finalize everything for the panelists to respond.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My question is, I would like to get an experience from UK for the clinicians to have protected time and the incentives for research planning and conducting the research. Because in our area we are faced, I will be realistic, we are faced, the clinicians are faced with a burden of patients, all the time they use for clinical care and administrative work. What is the protected time that is used for clinicians in the UK for conduction of the research?
Okay, thank you. Now, lastly, Dr. Nyambel, our Director for Clinical Service.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question goes to Dr. Pedro Palangio. First of all, the presentation was very good, and also the presentation from Dr. Mandip was also very fantastic. I noted that some of the statements from the Mandip presentation such as research save money and also research generate money. So relating that with the presentation from Dr. Pedro, I saw there is a very good efforts from JKCI to improve the clinical research in the hospital. And of course, JKCI is our tertiary hospital in cardiac services. So one of the big challenge in our country in research is the quality of research. And of course, the outcome of those research in changing the paradigm of the clinical service in the country. And of course, because of that, there has always been a dilemma on the investment, because some of the investment put into the research comparing to the outcome, of course, sometimes they don't match. So I want to learn from JKCI, after your efforts in research, clinical research, have you started to reap some fruits according to your efforts in improving the clinical care in your institution, so that at the ministry level we can come and learn more, and if possible spread to other institutions? Because now, as the ministry level, we want more research in the country, especially in the clinical care, because the national agenda now is to improve quality of care. Thank you.
So we have very little time. So if we can do some very brief comments in answer, and then you can have some deeper conversations which, at lunchtime and this evening perhaps, because these are really important areas that we should be working on.
So the first question, from what I remember, challenging me now, was about the alternative medicine. And I think, yes, it's definitely an area where we should be providing a better evidence base. I think the research agenda really does need to be developed in collaboration with patients. And if patients want us to do research looking at alternative medicines, then I think, that speaks for itself. So very much, yes, an advocate for research into alternative or medicine. The other question was about commercial research. So within the UK, there's the opportunity to privately collaborate with commercial companies. So for a hospital to work with a private company and to be engaged in research. But the NIHR also disseminates commercial research studies throughout the NHS and its infrastructure. So there are two routes that we can take to be involved in commercial research. The other one was about protected time for clinicians. So I'm happy to speak about this more over lunch with anyone who's interested, but I have protective time in my job plan, and it's the only way that I've been able to set up research within anaesthesia and critical care. So I started at the Trust about 5-6 years ago, and I have some PAs for research. I initially started myself, so I was doing everything myself. I was doing the consent, looking after the site files, looking after the governance, etc. We then looked at, we then created research nursing posts from within our research, critical care research nurses, and we converted Band 6 posts into 50-50 posts, so they did half critical care and half research. We've then demonstrated we could do research. We then took that model to the NIHR and said, look, with our hospital investing in research, this is what we've managed to do, and we've now attracted funding from the NIHR. So both of our research nurses are fully funded, and we're looking for that to continue. So often it does involve investment from departments to attract funding from other areas, and then you need to pump prime, and then and often it involves investing before you can start to make money. So we're very early in our journey, but that's that.
I think we're going to have to finish at that point. No more time? No. Okay, I'm really... Okay, one answer from Pedro, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with regards to research informing practice, so I'll give quickly 2 experiences from JKCI. So one, with respect to myocardial infarction, we had very poor outcomes if we compare the results of the last 5-6 years. But then we realized that we lacked a chest pain unit, which was initiated about a year now. And since we have that, so our outcomes have improved remarkably. Secondly, as we are all aware, medication adherence is an important component if you are to achieve better outcomes. We did earlier a study looking at medication adherence amongst our heart failure patients about 7 years ago, and our mortality rates were over 40%, and one of the major factors was poor medication adherence. Then we agreed as an institution to incorporate speaking about medication adherence to our patients in every of their visits. And then we did the follow-up study last year, and the results are completely the reverse of what happened. So certainly research changes practice.
Thank you. Thank you to our 4 excellent speakers. And
yeah, thank you. Maybe before we close this session, can we get maybe, can we hear something from the Minister of Health in terms of how they are going to continue supporting research in terms of funding? I think that was one of the concerns of one of the participants. We know the government has been allocating a very limited fund for research. Is there a statement from your side on that?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Research is becoming a national agenda nowadays, and from last year, there was a significant amount of allocation to our budgets, to our institution governments, and also to the central government. So the plan is, of course, to make sure that we implement what we budgeted. So this research, of course, we are now focusing to allocate more funds to the National Institute of Medical Research and also to the respective institutions, starting from the regional referral hospitals up to the national hospital. So because this agenda becoming active since last year, I think maybe after 1 or 2 years, then we can sit and evaluate and see how we are moving about. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Director, for those few words which are very important for us. And I think now we as institutions, now we have opened a page for collaboration in research between Tanzania and the UK. I think the flow is ours now. The government is here for us to see that we are able to deliver research outcomes to our people. So let us work together in teams, in pairs, between each other, and be able to have common research questions of interest for our people and address the key challenges for our people. Thank you very much, and let us give a head of thanks to the panelists for this. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, the presenters. Such an exciting module. Thank you so much. Thank you, moderators, Professor Dina, Professor Abel Makubi. Thank you very much. The next session is going to be even more exciting, so sit at the edge of your seats. The fire has been started. Professor Janabi and Mr. Palok will moderate the next session. Karibu. So briefly, the next session is going to discuss about stroke management in Tanzania and in the UK, as well as family medicine practice in both countries. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for inviting us to moderate. This is a very appropriate juxtaposition of two topics. So one specialty that spends its time treating stroke, and one that spends its time preventing it. And just to boot, you've got a moderator who occasionally operates on these patients as well. So I'll ask my colleague, Professor Janabi, to introduce the first speaker.
Thank you very much, Polek. So our first speaker, what a coincidence. I know this gentleman way back from his medical school, residency, fellowship. He's our current Mohammed Abdallah Mnacho, a neurologist with Muhimbili National Hospital at Mloganzila campus. He's also a honorary lecturer of MUHAS, and he's the head of the unit of neurology in Mloganzila with a very special interest in stroke. And I know recently he has really fallen into interest of surgical treatment of epilepsy. He's got a number of exposure with teams from the US. He's one of the member of task force from the Ministry of Health concerning stroke. So Dr. Mnacho, so the floor is yours, and I think you know the allocated time, so please go precisely. What's new in stroke? How do we manage our patients, etc. Karibu.
Thank you, Professor Janabi, Chairman. As Professor has introduced me, I'm Dr. Mnacho from Muhimbili National Hospital, Mloganzila. Today, I'm going to discuss about stroke management in Tanzania. Briefly, as a traditional, stroke is defined as an acute onset of focal or global neurological deficit presumed of vascular in origin. And commonly we have been having the two types of strokes, hemorrhagic one and the ischemic one, the commonest being the ischemic type. Globally, this is one of the leading cause of mortality and morbidity of the world. Of about 12 million people having stroke each year. And those are people above 25 years of age. 1 in 4 we are saying will have stroke in their lifetime. So you'll see how much common the stroke is globally. Yes, it is a disease of elderly, but the younger group are not spared. As you can see, those people below 50 years of age, 16% may succumb to these devastating diseases. Unfortunately, the majority of the contributors of the global morbidity and mortality are coming from the developing world where we are. So you see the contribution of 86% to the global death is coming from the low and middle income countries, and also contribute much more on morbidity due to stroke. It is being projected by World Stroke Organization that the stroke is on the increase. And in the next 30 years, the mortality will increase by 50% from where we are today. Not only mortality, even the disability is being expected in the next 30 years. In Tanzania, one of our colleagues has done a study to look at the current situation of mortality and morbidity attributed to strokes. And when they did follow-up of patients for about a year, they find out that 40% mortality in those who succumb to stroke and morbidity. But I would like to take you from a bit of history of stroke management in Tanzania. This work was done by Professor Walker and his colleagues about 30 years ago, when they reviewed these patients, how they are being managed. One of the cornerstones in the management of stroke is to have diagnostic capability of differentiating between the types of strokes and execute appropriate management. But they did find out those years' time that most of the patients had no CT scan done. And I learned that in the early 70s to 1990s from my mentors that CT scans were hardly available. And, but once the CT scans were available, patients would have only CT scan maybe 2 weeks in average, 2 weeks after they have succumbed a stroke, which is in contrary to what stroke management entails. Some patients were even getting an unfair treatment. They have found out that some of the patients were actually given antiplatelets, while they revealed that the CT scan showed that they have hemorrhagic stroke. So you can see from the historical perspective that there were no proper management of stroke in those years. But things changes. And now we are talking about acute stroke care. We are not forgetting about secondary prevention. The secondary prevention has improved very much in recent years because secondary prevention is aimed at preventing another stroke attack. But acute care is now is our main goals of treatment in this country, and it is no longer a dream. Something has been done already in order to facilitate and initiate the proper acute stroke care. Let me remind you on what is being needed when a patient has got stroke. We in neurology, we are saying brain is time. So we are rushing with time. When you have stroke, there is no time to lose. We imagine if the patient comes on time from home and arrived, let's say, less than 4 hours in our healthy facilities. These patients need to be reviewed by the so-called neurologist in a period of not more than 15 minutes. And these patients need to be evaluated and the imaging done in less than 25 minutes. But if you can remember in those years, there are other patients actually no CT scan done at all. Some, if they are lucky, do it after almost 2 weeks. But now, in most of our facilities, this can be done quickly. Yes, we have some challenges. And within such a short period of time, a multiple interdisciplinary consultation has to be done. And within an hour, you have to decide what kind of modality of treatment the patient has to receive. So currently we are talking of acute stroke care, and because we have already improved on secondary prevention here in the country. And this is only because now we have improved on diagnostic capability. The CT scan, which was once not available in the 30 years ago, but it is almost now available in every region of our country. All regional hospitals now have got their CT scan installed. So thanks to our government to take this initiative on how we can improve on the stroke management. So now we are talking of reperfusion therapy and not secondary prevention. We are talking of acute stroke management. And on the reperfusion therapy, on the medical part of reperfusion therapy, we have gone so far. We are a bit not yet on the surgical part of reperfusion therapy, but there are a lot of work is being done to achieve that. From last year, in order to make these goals attainable, the Ministry of Health has instructed those referral hospitals and zonal hospitals to set up what we call a stroke unit. And the purpose of the stroke unit is actually to initiate acute stroke care. As our example, in Mloganzila, we have already set up a stroke unit because we are one of the centers which we were requested to do that. And we have a stroke unit set up. And we have a stroke team already. There are some challenges, of course, but I think one or two patients have received thrombolytics, but the availability of the drug itself is not easy because of the cost and some other challenges we will see. But on the surgical part of reperfusions, there are a lot of things has been done with our colleagues in Moi, and now they are geared to establish what we call a mechanical thrombectomy in collaboration with MNH Upanga. So reperfusion is no longer a dream, and acute stroke management is really in place. Yes, this service is not without challenges. We have some challenges in terms of the cost of the drugs. We know that most of our patients are not insured, and only one drug is currently getting the under NHIF package, the tenecteplase. But the alteplase, which is also one of the drugs we are using thrombolytics, is no longer there. And some other challenges we are facing in this part is how these patients arrived quickly on time. As I said, time is brain. We need patients, after they have succumbed stroke, in less than 4 hours they have to be arrived to the hospital. But we don't have the paramedic services which are readily reliable. And again, our public advocacy on to go quickly to the health facilities is still low. But these are the things we are now working on. At Mloganzila, we have gone so far. We have already trained co-workers, caregivers. We have already built up a capacity in terms of technical know-how. The stroke team is in place, and things are moving forward. And currently, we are promoting these interdisciplinary stroke care services. So our way forward is to make sure that these things are urgently implemented so as we can achieve the sustainable development goal. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnacho. Actually, you spared us 2 minutes.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Anjum Misbahudin, who you've already heard from with respect to her research interest. Suffice to say, the bit about Anjum you haven't heard about is that she's a very experienced clinical neurologist. We've had the privilege of working together over the best part of 20 years with some movement disorder patients, especially those with hemifacial spasm, which for those of you who've met it is a very interesting little condition. We'll talk about that another day. For today, she's going to talk to us about stroke management in the UK.
It's called Tanzania stroke. We've lost my talk. Maybe it's this one. No. Gideon, which one's my one? Is it this one?
That is for. This one.
Nancy, while they are fixing, can you say something? Yeah.
Yeah, I can talk to most of it. So my talk is going to be based on the clinical UK stroke guidelines. So these were updated last year. They're a 200-page plus document, but it actually makes things, I think, very easy for the clinicians to follow those guidelines. So the guideline is set out with recommendations, and then there is a section for the evidence behind those recommendations. So within the guideline, they discuss briefly the studies that have given rise to these guidelines, and also the guideline actually highlights where there's where we don't know the answer to certain clinical questions, that actually this therapy should be given as part of a clinical trial if at all possible. So within the guideline, it encourages research for questions that we don't know. I'm just going to get my phone because my talk is on my phone. I don't want to leave anything out, so I can help myself with this. No worries, thanks. So the guideline is split into a few different sections, so how they develop the guideline, organisation of stroke services, which I think is hugely important, acute care, and then rehabilitation and recovery. And there's a huge section on all aspects of care after they've had the stroke, from psychological, physiotherapy, etc. And that's probably one of the areas where the guideline has been updated the most. I've written down there's 538 separate recommendations in this guideline, so I'm not going to go through all of those. But in this year updated from 2016 to 2023, there was either 300 that were added, changed, or more evidence supplied for. And I think, and as I said, the evidence is given in the guideline. And these guidelines help to, obviously, for units to achieve this standard. There is a national audit, as there is for ITU, national audit for stroke, thank you. That measures our performance against these guidelines. It reduces unnecessary variation in care across the country, and allows units to work with funders. So, you know, we can go to our trust and say, this is what is nationally expected. We can't achieve this. You know, we need XYZ resources to be able to achieve this. Okay, so I think I've said this. Just gives an example of, in the rehabilitation and recovery section, the detail that they go into in language, communication, psychological effects, etc. Then there is also the long-term management and secondary prevention, and then some guidance in how to implement the guideline. I've done this, I think. Okay. So, and I think this is probably an area where there's a big difference. There is a section early care, so before they get to the hospital. This is very important, so aimed at primary care and paramedics. And so if there's focal neurological signs in the community that the paramedics find, test for hypoglycemia straight away, very simple to do. Screen for stroke. So we have validated tools. You may have heard of the FAST test. We have posters all over hospitals and public areas, which is face, arm, speech, time. So trying to get the public aware that if they have these symptoms, they really need to do something quickly. The ambulance crew, the paramedics, will warn our hospital that there is a patient coming in. So in our local area, our organisation is made up of 2 hospitals, but the stroke unit is in one of those. So the paramedics all know if there is somebody who looks like it might be a stroke, they must take it to Queen's Hospital rather than King George. Patients should be nil by mouth until they've been assessed by somebody, and on the way to the hospital be monitoring for arrhythmias. And then they should arrive at a hospital that has a hyperacute stroke unit and assessed by a specialist team. So in the UK, actually, our neurologists and our stroke physicians are often separate, so it's not a neurologist assessing them, it's the neurologist or physician who is the stroke specialist assessing them. And they should obviously receive brain imaging as soon as possible after a quick assessment. And then all patients should be considered for IV thrombolysis. We use alteplase if that treatment can be given within 4.5 hours. But there is a potential for a longer window to be able to give thrombolysis if certain criteria are met on more advanced imaging. And blood pressure comes up in this guideline quite a lot, so reducing the blood pressure to below 185 over 110 if we're going to give thrombolysis. We don't actually thrombolyse a huge number of patients in the UK, and there's work going on. Hopefully with this guideline will help to try and improve that rate. Thrombectomy is obviously exciting, but still difficult to provide everywhere, mainly because not enough people know how to do it, to spread across the country. But if they're potentially suitable for thrombectomy, they should have a CT angiogram. So in practice, our patients coming with acute stroke will have a CT and a CT angiogram at the same time to be able to see if they would potentially be suitable for thrombectomy. Thrombectomy patients should still receive thrombolysis first. That's been shown in trials. And I've put some details there about which patient may be suitable for thrombectomy. It can be considered post 6 hours if certain imaging criteria are met with very standard protocols for looking at that. And posterior circulation can also sometimes be subject to thrombectomy as well. This is where people like Mr. Pollock come in, is that another intervention is decompressive hemicraniectomy for those patients, again with certain clinical criteria that have middle cerebral artery infarction and raised pressure. And once they've had their thrombolysis, they would have antiplatelet agents, 300 milligrams of aspirin for 2 weeks, and then long-term treatment, which these days in the UK is clopidogrel, 75 milligram daily, which they start after 2 weeks or whenever they are discharged. So we don't discharge them home on the high-dose aspirin. We get them onto their maintenance therapy. So TIA, and again, it'd be interesting to know what the situation is here. So obviously, actually, it's fine to have those fancy treatments, but actually we want to prevent the strokes. And the TIA gives us a warning sign that we can intervene to try and prevent that stroke. TIA patients are meant to be seen within 24 hours by a stroke specialist, so primary care will refer in. We're meant to be able to see them by the next day in clinic to confirm the diagnosis and start investigations. So they should be given a 300 milligram dose of aspirin. We should see them within 24 hours. MRI is the preferred imaging modality to see whether actually, in fact, it's not a TIA, they've had a mild stroke, what the vascular burden is. And secondary prevention should be started as soon as the diagnosis is confirmed. So that's for better diabetes control, hypertension, etc. But the specific antiplatelet agents, again, has changed relatively recently. So we use a 300 milligram dose of clopidogrel stat, and then 75 milligram daily, and then 300 of aspirin stat, and then 75 milligram daily for the first 3 weeks. So dual antiplatelets for 3 weeks. and then just clopidogrel. Ticagrelor can be used instead, though in practice is aspirin and clopidogrel. Intercerebral hemorrhage, so this was interesting, this is 11% of UK strokes. So worldwide it's much higher, and that I'm sure is due to hypertension management globally. So if there's the CT scan will tell you if it's a hemorrhage. If they're on anticoagulants, they should be reversed. So in warfarin, prothrombin complex concentrated and vitamin K. Lots of patients are on the newer DOAC anticoagulants, and they have specific treatments as well. Once we know it's a hemorrhage, we should be focusing on trying to get the blood pressure down to a safe level. There's still a little bit of controversy about that, but 130 to 139 for systolic blood pressure is what is in the guideline. And then there's the monitoring. These patients can go off quickly, so one needs to monitor all of these aspects. Blood glucose control doesn't need to be extremely tight because that might cause problems, so 5 to 15 is considered enough. And then statin therapies, high-dose statin therapy, if a patient can tolerate 80 milligrams of atorvastatin, that's what we would use. Positioning for comfort, but to also minimize further complications. Early mobilization when we can, and obviously DVT prevention, which in our hospital we use intermittent pneumatic devices, so these kind of plastic things that squeeze your legs at intervals, rather than low molecular heparin or stockings. Okay, so I've talked about the acute treatment and then some monitoring, but actually even before those treatments were available, stroke units were the thing that made the difference, and they reduced mortality and morbidity, you know, when these other interventions were even less available than they are now. So proven to reduce death and disability and institutionalization, which obviously is very expensive healthcare as well. And all patients can benefit from a stroke unit, not just the few that can have these more specialized treatments. And it's very standardized with standard pathways and protocols, lots of shared decision making between patients, doctors and nurses and all the therapists. And when you have a unit, you get really well trained staff. Secondary prevention, so 26% increased risk of a further event within 5 years if you've had one event. So again, if they're lucky enough not to have had huge disability from the first event, you really need to try and stop the second. And so people who have had a TIA or a minor stroke should have comprehensive intervention with medications and intervention on lifestyle factors as well. So it should be started in a hospital if they've been admitted with a stroke and reinforced by all the healthcare practitioners that they're going to meet along their journey. And then they should be investigated for specific things. So ipsilateral carotid artery stenosis, atrial fibrillation, and sometimes structural cardiac disease. So if you've had a non-disabling carotid artery territory stroke or TIA, then you should be considered for revascularization if you show 50% or more stenosis. You're meant to do 2 tests to confirm that stenosis, and if that's there, then you should have the intervention within 1 week, ideally, and that's a carotid endarterectomy. AF or paroxysmal AF should be anticoagulated unless there's very strong contraindications. And if you've got a patient where there isn't really a cause found for their stroke, they don't have multiple risk factors, and you haven't found AF on an ECG, actually they should have extended ECG monitoring to see if they have got paroxysmal AF. There's some controversy about how many patients come into the TIA clinic should have echocardiograms. We don't have the facilities to echo everybody. I know in some units they do echocardiogram every patient and others not. If there's obviously ECG abnormalities, examination abnormalities that suggest there's a cardiac abnormality, then they should have an echo. And then perhaps in a younger patient where you really haven't found another cause, an echo should be considered. And that's one way of obviously finding out a patent foramen ovale, and in a young patient, the evidence is on a balance that should be closed if they have no other cause. And actually, this is probably, I think, the most important slide, because actually we should be trying to, prevent these strokes. And I think for healthcare sustainability, more investment into primary prevention is what we need. I don't know if we're going to hear about this in the next talk, but the increased risk of hemorrhagic stroke worldwide, I'm sure is linked to hypertension, diabetes, smoking, obesity, big problem in the UK, and diet. And then there's a question about how much should we be screening for AF, because we know anticoagulation prevents the strokes. How many strokes may we prevent if we actually go out and look for AF? And then my last slide. So I am director for research at my trust as well. So I'm trying to increase research in the stroke department. So the first three here are studies that were national, some might be international actually, studies that we're involved in. So tranexamic acid in intracerebral hemorrhage. What is the timing of anticoagulation when you find AF? Somebody's presented with a stroke, you find they're in AF. Traditionally, it's about 10 days to 2 weeks afterwards, but this trial was starting anticoagulation after 3 days to see if that is safe. There's also study with regards to language outcome after stroke. And then the last four are ones that we're hoping later this year that we might be able to get involved in. Very interesting one about sodium valproate potentially preventing recurrent stroke. So repurposing drugs that are out there that actually might be useful for other things. People who have intracerebral hemorrhage, they have lots of vascular risk factors, so they're at risk for ischemic stroke as well. So when and how should we give antiplatelet therapy for people who've actually had a hemorrhage? Oral health in stroke settings, and actually a medical, a non-neurological part, but which antibiotics are best for post-stroke pneumonia. So there's lots of research that could be done for stroke, and I'm sure that's an area that we could collaborate on. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much for the update, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussions. Mine will be more on the oral hygiene. Just want to see the connection. Is it the bacteria or... So our next, is our last speaker? Nancy. Okay. Good, so our next speaker, I'm informed, will be Assistant Professor of Family Medicine and the Program Director of Family Medicine Residence Program at our very own Aga Khan University Hospital in Dar es Salaam. She also practices family medicine at Aga Khan Health Services Tanzania in all the outreach services. To my point. Very high fellow of Higher Education Academy, dedicated in advancing medical education, and has been instrumental in facilitating a comprehensive training program for family medicine in Tanzania. So Nancy, we are looking forward to hear a lot from you, because I can guarantee you, maybe family medicine is not that much common in Tanzania. Thank you. Karibu.
Thank you, Professor. I'm deeply honored to be here to present on family medicine in Tanzania. And I will discuss the crucial role of family medicine in our country, highlighting its impact on primary care and the strides we've made so far in growing the discipline And today, as we attempt to bridge knowledge and experiences between the Tanzanian context and the UK context, let's explore on how to collaborate our efforts to further enhance delivery of family medicine in our communities. The outline of today's presentation will be to describe family medicine and define who a family physician is, and to talk about the roles of family medicine in the health services, the direction of training and service provision in Tanzania, and the status and ongoing plans for family medicine in Tanzania. Family medicine is a discipline in global healthcare with a particular and notable importance in the African context in order to achieve universal health coverage. It plays a crucial role in addressing diverse healthcare needs in Africa and the world at large. And family physicians are medical specialists who provide comprehensive primary healthcare services. We are trained to address a wide range of medical issues, regardless of age groups, genders, and demographics, as well as presenting diseases or conditions. Family physicians focus on preventive care, as well noted by our previous speaker, Dr. Anjum, early diagnosis, treatment, and management of acute and chronic illnesses, which can be communicable and non-communicable. We emphasize on comprehensive patient-centered care, continuity of care, and fostering long-term relationships with our patients and their families as well. And we play a pivotal role in promoting overall wellness, disease prevention within our communities that we serve. So this diagram briefly depicts the several roles that a family physician plays in the healthcare system. As the basis of all, we are first care providers. We provide clinical care in ambulatory, emergency, and inpatient settings, and ideally at district hospitals and primary care settings. We are also clinical trainers and supervisors. As you heard when I was being introduced, I also train residents, but not only residents, we include interns. During the internship, they have a 1 month to 6 weeks rotation with us, just to get a feel of what family medicine is. And we are also leaders and champions of clinical governance. We are leaders and champions of community-oriented primary care, where we not only engage in community-based research, but then as a result of the research, we engage with the communities to try and curb their health care needs. We are capacity builders, which involves mentoring and training of healthcare staff during clinical service provision. We are consultants where we provide clinical outreach services and support to primary care clinics and needs. Now, just out there, I had a colleague who asked me a question: how different are you from an internist? And I will try and make it brief in trying to differentiate our roles between the family physicians and medical officers. That is someone who has graduated in their undergraduate medical degree and is practicing independently. So the difference begins at the level of training and expertise. We undergo specialized training in family medicine, which obviously covers various medical disciplines, including internal medicine that I was asked about. And our training emphasizes on comprehensive patient-centered care, and we address biopsychosocial as well as environmental factors that influence health. And our scope of practice, again, wide variety of health issues in the primary care setting, but our main aim is to focus on preventive care and management of the already detected chronic diseases, as well as mental health. I should stress on that. Whereas medical officers would provide clinical care across different settings. They would offer episodic medical treatment, diagnosis, sorry about that, conduct minor procedures under supervision, and not to say inadequate emphasis, but it's been notable that when you have a family physician, more conditions are picked up early due to screening practices. And approach to patient care. Family physicians take a patient-centered approach, and we build long-term relationships with our patients and their families, and we address their holistic or general healthcare needs with particular emphasis on the environment they're coming from and the lifestyle that surrounds them. We prioritize preventive care, early disease detection, health education, and lifestyle modifications. So overall, we are called the gatekeepers of primary health care. Again, medical officers may provide more episodic disease-focused care, whereas family physicians take a more comprehensive approach towards patient care. Now, the status of family medicine in Tanzania. The Aga Khan University has been training family physicians from the year 2004, since the Tanzania Commission of Universities approved the program. And family physicians were recognized as specialists by the Medical Council of Tanganyika in the year 2014. And so far, the Aga Khan University is the only institution that trains family physicians in Tanzania. And we have a total of 23 family physicians in Tanzania who have been registered by the Medical Council of Tanganyika. And currently we have 7 residents who are undergoing training at the Aga Khan University in Dar es Salaam. Although we have sister institution, the Aga Khan University in Nairobi, where we sort of collaborate in some aspects of our training. A point of emphasis is that almost all the registered family physicians in Tanzania practice in urban-based private facilities or NGOs. To mention a few is Aga Khan Health Services Tanzania, Safety Hospital, London Health Clinic, Premier Care Clinic, etc. The opportunities for family medicine in Tanzania. One is we've had discussions around this, but we've never really gotten around to doing it. So this is a platform to emphasize on it. It's to establish an association of family physicians in Tanzania so as to develop a nationwide family medicine network and forum to enhance training and education. So this is emphasize on existence of such training programs in public universities, and to also have rural and community-based trainings as well. Collaborative training and partnerships, both local and international. I'm thankful for the team that's here for further discussions on this. Policy and advocacy. Government advocacy, specifically including family physicians in the scheme of service. This will provide the manpower for training family physicians in public facilities, as well as manpower in the actual public facilities in the rural and community, the communities that we are supposed to be serving. Public awareness campaigns to raise awareness and the benefits of having family physicians in our Tanzanian communities. Research to develop evidence-based practices, as highlighted by Dr. Khadija, and to improve patient outcomes as a result. And strengthening community engagements, such as programs to promote lifestyle modifications and patient-centered care, which involves patients and their respective families. Now, in conclusion, I would like to say that the greatest improvement in healthcare for our healthcare needs, for us to achieve universal health coverage in Tanzania, must take place at the primary care level, where issues of quality, cost effectiveness, equity, and physician maldistribution is key. So with this, I'd like to conclude with a quote by the WHO in the year 1994 that states, "Given the need to provide primary care services to the entire population, as well as family doctors' ability to manage most medical problems, it makes sense that most physicians should be trained to practice as family doctors. This may be even more important in developing countries where it may be prudent to limit the utilization of costly hospital-based technology." With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you for keeping to time. Well, next, as you discovered, quite a lot of my more talented colleagues do more than one thing, and Manpreet is no exception. She's a consultant in emergency medicine, and she's also dual qualified as a general practitioner and spends one day a week in primary care. Manpreet, thank you for talking to us about family medicine in the UK.
Thank you. So if you go to Dr. Manpreet. Yep, that one. Family medicine. I just press this to move forward. That one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, can you use this one?
That's fine, I'll just use that. Okay. Hamjambo madaktari wenzangu, jina langu ni Manpreet, ninatoka London, UK. Ninafurahi sana kuwa hapa ninini leo. Mimi ni daktari hospitali ya Queens, London. Nina uzoefu wa miaka 12 kwa family medicine. Ningependa asante sana. Ningependa kutoa shukrani zangu za dhati kwa mwaliko huu. Ni heshima kubwa kushiriki maarifa yangu na kujifunza kutoka kwenu. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza kwa Kiswahili. I'll now do the rest of my talk in English, you'll be relieved to hear. Thank you for the introductions. I wanted to talk a bit about family medicine. In the UK, we call this general practice. Family medicine has been a specialty in the UK for a number of years, and it really is the cornerstone of the National Health Service. I'm very proud to be a GP. I've been a GP for 12 years, and I wanted to talk a bit about how primary care was established, the role of the Royal College of General Practitioners, and career pathways and accreditation in family medicine in the UK. I've put up some top facts about family medicine, and I think it contrasts quite nicely with some of the figures that Dr. Nancy had presented. Just to put into perspective how different UK family medicine is, you'll be interested to know that 1 in 3 of all medical graduates in the UK actually go on to become general practitioners or family medicine physicians. There are currently over 36,000 full-time equivalent GPs or family medicine doctors in the UK. The UK's current estimated population is just shy of 68 million, and over 93% of the total UK population is actually registered with a GP. Currently, for every 1,000 population in the UK, there are 0.44 GPs, and the average number of patients that each full-time equivalent GP will be looking after is just over 2,000 patients. Practices are organised in groups, and the average practice list size is currently 10,000 patients per practice in the UK. We have an extensive training programme in the UK, And every year we recruit 4,000 new postgraduate GP trainees, and currently there are over 9,000 GPs in training in the UK. So you can see there's a stark difference between the UK and Tanzania in that respect. The role of the family medicine physician in the UK is really there to provide essentially a cradle-to-grave care for patients, everything from preconception throughout your life up until the point of palliation and death. The GP or the general practitioner in the UK actually holds the patient's medical records. So if I were to move from one part of England to another, my medical records would actually get transferred from my general practitioner to my new GP to provide continuity of care. GPs provide a number of services, as has already been alluded to in Dr. Nancy's talk. But the important part of general practice in the UK is that we're also an integral part of NHS health screening. Currently, the NHS, or National Health Service, provides over 11 screening programs, and a significant number of these are actually carried out in primary care. This includes paediatric developmental assessments, long-term condition management, and the provision of immunisations throughout lifetime and contraception services, all of which are free in the UK. GPs also provide prescriptions of medications for both acute and long-term conditions, and access to secondary care clinics in elective settings is usually via GP referrals, and hospital specialist opinions are also accessed via general practice. Family medicine physicians can also access preliminary investigations, including blood tests and radiology, and will actually look after patients who are managed in nursing home and residential care settings. This schematic provides an idea of just how primary care actually fits in to the wider care network in the NHS. And general practitioners or family medicine doctors form a small part of what's considered primary care, which also includes community pharmacists, dental practitioners, and eye care physicians. Going on, this links into planned elective care, which is provided in secondary care settings, which also includes urgent and emergency care and mental health care. Tertiary services are available for more complex advanced care, and this in turn feeds back into community care. So we have very strong links with community district nursing, health visitors who are nurses with an interest in paediatric training, and child health and sexual health services. So it's all part of one continuum of healthcare in the UK. Your average general practice in the UK will normally have a core team of general practitioners who are the medical doctors. There will also be one or more family medicine nurses called practice nurses in the UK. These specialists are involved in a lot of the chronic disease management and administration of some of the UK cancer screening networks, such as cervical cancer screening. And there will also be a supplement of practice manager and administrative staff who actually run and support the running of the practice. And I've highlighted those in red. Some practices will be fortunate in having nurse practitioners who have a more advanced level of training. Some practices are registered as training practices, and this is where both undergraduate and postgraduate doctors will receive training in family medicine. And they may have links with district nursing teams who provide community-based nursing for patients who require domiciliary care, and health visitors who provide care for all of our younger patients up to the age of 5 years from birth. And in some cases, community midwifery service will also be based in primary care. In the box, I've highlighted some newer additions to the general practice multidisciplinary team, and these include community pharmacists, physiotherapists, social prescribers, and physicians associates who are now based in primary care centres. This is a schematic of how family medicine is structured in the UK in terms of its training. And you can see there is a difference between general practice or family medicine training and other training pathways for those wishing to go into hospital-based specialties. Typically, the family medicine training and accreditation pathway takes 3 years post 2 years of internship and includes rotations through a number of specialties, including obstetrics and gynecology, emergency medicine, psychiatry, orthopedics, etc., and with a further component of a year then in family medicine. During this point, the trainees will also have to complete membership of the Royal College of General Practitioners to obtain a membership of the Royal College, and this is assessed through written and simulated consultation examinations, including an online portfolio of assessments not dissimilar to other specialist training programs. There are plans to extend the training program to 4 years, with 1.5 years being spent in general practice. The Royal College of General Practitioners has published a curriculum, and you'll be interested to note that actually prior to 1979, there was actually no formalised postgraduate training pathway. Then there was an Act of Parliament which actually formalised that. So if you'd qualified before that, there was nothing to stop a surgeon or any other qualified doctor to go into general practice without any formal training. So this schematic highlights some of the roles that GPs may undertake in UK family medicine practice. So the traditional model of general practice was that it was run essentially as a business with a GP partner or partners who may employ salaried GPs in addition to locum or sessional GPs. Within the practice, you may have some GPs who've taken additional qualifications to become trainers of postgraduate doctors wanting to become GPs. And also there is a separate arm of GPs who are appraisers. That is, they quality assure how doctors practice in the UK in terms of those working in family medicine. And there is a smaller proportion of GPs who work predominantly in private practice. The graphs on the screen show how the workforce has changed in recent years, going over the last 10 years, where the number of partners has actually fallen significantly, with an increase in salaried and a stable number of locum posts, and I'll talk more about that in a second. So there are a number of career pathways in family medicine. As Dr. Nancy alluded to, the provision of family medicine practitioners in the UK is predominantly, in Tanzania, is predominantly in the private setting. In the UK, it's converse. It's all public, with a small proportion in primary care in private settings. But there are a number of avenues open to UK family medicine practitioners, including those working in academic general practice involved in research, training, those doctors who work to service the armed forces, and a number of GPs who work within specialist roles, which I'll allude to later. In the UK, patients will primarily present to their GP or via a service called NHS 111, where they can get advice and are triaged according to their need of care. Some GPs or family practitioners are actually now based in what we call urgent treatment centres or hubs, and these are usually centres where patients a small proportion who might not be registered with a GP or who need primary-based care outside of scheduled working hours and can come to an emergency department. Usually, in most cases, UTCs tend to be co-located within emergency departments, but some are at separate sites, and they can provide primary care services to patients as well, should they need them. Just a bit of information about those doctors who do choose to become trainers of GPs. Usually this is post 3 years of being qualified, so 2 years of internship, then 3 years of being a GP. After that, you can apply to become a trainer. So the process is quite rigorous and quality assured, and that requires also carrying out a approved trainer's course. I'm a GP trainer, and I've been a trainer for 9 years now. It's a very rewarding process, helping to train up the next generation of family medicine practitioners. Just a small point about the Royal College of General Practitioners. So they oversee the assessment and examination of general practitioners in the UK. For those of you who are aware of the UK Africa Health Summit, the most recent one was actually held at the Royal College of General Practitioners in March, and our current RCGP Council Chair is Dr. Professor Camilla Hawthorne, who herself is from Tanzania. and she's very keen to promote some of the work that Tuheda is doing with the UK-Tanzania collaboration. Just a small mention about the international RCGP. This is an international accredited postnomial which currently is not available in Tanzania, unfortunately, but watch this space. And essentially it's a recognition of those practitioners who are working in family medicine, and the curriculum is slightly modified from the UK one to reflect the local disease burden in the countries that it's offered in. However, unfortunately, it doesn't confer holders of this qualification to work as a GP in the UK. They will still have to go through formal training processes. Some GPs or family medicine practitioners actually choose to have a subspecialist interest. Initially, there were 17 specialty frameworks. So, for example, if a colleague, a family medicine practitioner, had an interest in dermatology, they could choose to undertake further postgraduate training and offer clinics as a GP, but with a specialist interest in dermatology. And currently, the Royal College provides frameworks for about 6 specialty areas, including sports and exercise medicine, lifestyle medicine, frailty, and allergy as well. COVID has actually led to a bit of a sea change in the way that healthcare was delivered, both in primary and secondary care, and more so in primary care, where some consultations are now delivered virtually. A number of health providers have now emerged in the post-COVID era who offer primary care provision online, and maybe in the Q&A we can talk a bit more about this later because it's a bit of a contentious issue at the moment. So what are the current challenges in the UK family medicine? So it's a well-established specialty. What does the future hold and what's going on at the moment? So this schematic shows over the last 10 years how the number of patients per practice and the GP to patient ratio has changed in the UK. So the number of patients in the UK has grown. This is for a number of reasons, but I think partly due to the fact that we have very good primary care there. So a lot of our patients are living to a longer age with more frailty and complex morbidity. And the average lifespan in the UK is currently 81 years, 83 for females, 79 for males. The number of patients, therefore, has gone up, and consequently, for various socio-political and economic reasons, the number of practices has gone down proportionately. This has caused some issues in terms of access to primary care in the UK. In light of that, there have been some roles in primary care which have actually expanded in recent years. And some of you may not be aware that in primary care we now have an increasing provision of a group of workers called social prescribers. Now, particularly in areas which are deprived and have high socio-economic deprivation, social prescribers can provide a number of useful resources for patients, including support and help around mental health, accessing social welfare and housing. Physicians associates have also increased proportionately in number, including physiotherapists and other healthcare professionals who are now based in primary care clinics. So in summary, the UK has had a long and expansive history of primary care that's well established. We are now starting to see some of the effects of managing a multi-morbid population with a declining workforce, particularly in primary care. And I would welcome any questions from the audience, and would like to thank Professor Gideon Malawa and Tuheda for all the faculty assembled here for allowing us to talk today. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Manpreet. Could I ask our 4 speakers to grab a chair? We've got a slightly shortened discussion period, but we do have time for a few questions before lunch. Oh, okay. We've got 15 minutes, so that's good. I'm sorry about the little technical hitch in the middle of that session, but it was more than made up for by the bit in Swahili, I'm sure you'll agree. Manpreet, do you mind if I kick things off while you're getting ready, just to fire you the first question? Can you, when you're ready, summarise for us, just to link those two talks together, how general practice in the UK helps to prevent stroke? What's the main focus of primary care towards stroke prevention? How is that put into place?
Yes, thank you. So, as you're all probably aware, cardiovascular disease, particularly at the outset, is asymptomatic. Most patients will only really have symptoms once they start to get evidence of end organ damage. So the role of primary care, I think primary care is very important. In many countries, both developed and developing countries, it's under prioritised. So, for example, in the UK, we offer a screening for free at the age of 40, inviting patients to come and have blood pressure, blood tests done. And I think it's a really, I think it's under-promoted, the value of primary prevention, because if we can catch disease at an early stage, before there's any lasting damage, it has better outcomes in terms of patient care, life expectancy, and also it's actually less of a burden on the health service because we're having to utilise less costly interventions and longer hospital stays.
Thank you for that. Can I ask if we have any more questions?
Yes.
Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Powell. I've got two questions on stroke. First to Dr. Mnacho. Thank you for the lead work that you are doing to establish stroke units in this country. Would you please tell us your experience on ischemic vis-a-vis hemorrhagic stroke? Our experience, the numbers don't tally with the universal data that we have. We tend to see a lot more of hemorrhagic than ischemic stroke. What about your Mloganzira experience? Are we biologically different, or is there something that we are missing out? Question number two to the Minister of Health. Now that the government is doing a lot, we have a lot of ambulances all over the country, but we do not have a coordinated system. As you have heard from Dr. Mnacho, brain is time. And most of this is because of the pre-hospital care, including transporting these patients from one center to another where this care is provided. What is the ministry doing in terms of coordinating ambulance care and pre-hospital care of this patient? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Umba.
Thank you so much for the nice presentation. My name is Deborah Bukuku from Muhimbili National. My question goes to Dr. Mnato, stroke patients. They said some of the patients, the death occurs from outside the hospital. So I would like to know, these patients, are they admitted before or not? And if yes, are they received enough health educations about self-care? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Teresia Lutufio. I'm an intensivist at MNH Mloganzila. I have a comment, not really a question, to Dr. Mnacho. I think maybe in the future, in your plans as a stroke unit that you have established, maybe we need to establish a protocol and disseminate it to the lower level hospitals on which patients should be referred to tertiary hospital, which stroke patients should be referred. Because sometimes we receive patients who have already passed the thrombolytic period, and then when they come, there is nothing we can do to them. Or sometimes we receive patients with basal ganglia hemorrhage, intravesicular extension, the patient is already herniating, and then they are transferring the patient to the tertiary hospital where there is really nothing you can do. The patient, by the time he arrives at the hospital, already brain dead. So maybe we need to establish a protocol on when should we refer these patients for thrombolytics and for other stroke management. Thank you.
Before we take the next question, I would like to encourage one thing. Can we direct our questions more on what can we do with the UK team, which is here. Comment on that. Where are we today? How can we move forward? I know there are a lot of other, our very own questions, which I believe the minister is here. We can get a forum during, but let's just focus. Okay, we have stroke. We have seen family planning in the UK. Where can we incorporate from where they are? I know we have a lot of our own very burning questions, but if we can focus on that, please, if possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity today. My name's Dr. Flora Lwakatare. I'm a radiologist at Muhimbili National Hospital. Yeah, I would like to thank Dr. Mnacho for his wonderful presentation, and also to the others, of course. And he correctly stated that we now have a lot of MRIs all over the country at every regional referral hospital, and we also have MRIs, CTs, and MRIs at every zonal hospital, and that is a positive attribute in the future of stroke imaging in Tanzania in general. I would like to add other positive advancements which are currently on the ground. We now have neuroradiology imaging training, now super specialization at MOHAS, and we have, I think, four neuroradiologists on the ground, 2 more this year, and so I think that is also a positive advancement towards stroke imaging management. And also we now have interventional radiology training. We have more than 10 graduates. Hopefully 1 or 2 might go into neurointervention. But now I have to talk about the challenges after the positive. We lack skills on the part of the technologists, in particular in the stroke imaging examination, such as the perfusion studies. That is a very, very big detriment to stroke imaging in Tanzania. We also lack interpretation skills by the radiologists, because about 90% of the radiologists studied in Tanzania, where they did not have the opportunity to see all these specialized imaging examinations. And so the future of stroke imaging, which is an integral part of stroke management, will need training. And also some of the machines still lack software and equipment such as power injectors. And so I think that the way forward will be for training, both training of the general radiologists, that could be short term, and then there is improving and also supporting the training of neuro radiologists in Tanzania. So far only 2 or 3 are graduating per year. So probably supplement that, and then ensure that the machines are fully equipped for stroke imaging. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Shall I just refer some of those points back to the panel? Just taking, and excuse me for paraphrasing some of your points, but just to help the panel deal with them. Dr. Humber was asking about the apparent difference in prevalence of hemorrhagic versus thrombotic stroke. Any of you want to comment on that? Is that a real thing, or is that something that's we're picking up because of the difference in imaging, do you think?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Dr. Humba for the observation. The statistics has not changed. It depends where you are. I think you are facing the same situation that we are facing at Mloganzila. You are coming from Dodoma Regional Referral Hospital, right? And there are other district hospitals also having a service for CT scan. Here in Mloganzila, we are seeing a lot of hemorrhagic only because once doctors at the district hospital did a CT scan and find out it is ischemic stroke, they usually don't refer. We have observed that. So the only referring patients were the hemorrhagic one because the reason for referral is for surgical intervention. And they think these patients are going to be evacuated or what. But the statistics has not changed. Still, ischemic stroke comprise the majority than the hemorrhagic strokes. If
For that, and Anjum, I wondered if would you like to comment on the point the third speaker made about the value of a protocol in strategy for managing patients?
Yeah, I think this question is coming from Teresia. We have
Should we ask Anjum to see if she can tackle it? How much value are protocols in the UK in
Yeah, I mean,
stratifying these patients?
Yeah, I think we're very protocol driven. I think some of that question was related to getting the patient to the hospital, and so there are validated tools that will try and recognise a stroke. They won't always be right, but and then you can get the right patient to the right hospital. So I think that's important. Did that answer the question? Can't quite remember the details of that.
And one, again, to feed back one of our questioners' points to the panel. The last questioner spoke about the value of imaging and about how obviously that's rather key to getting these patients diagnosed and treated. Anjum, again, if you don't mind, if I come to you, what's the relationship between the stroke physician and the radiologist in this? Where do they come into the pathway, and how valuable is that?
So in the UK, so the stroke physicians themselves will be very competent at. One would argue that things like CT perfusion are only helpful when you're getting a lot of patients that are coming early, and if they're not getting there anywhere close to within 4 hours of the actual event, then actually it's not going to be needed. So getting the patient to the right place in time is probably the first goal.
Any top-up from, otherwise we...
Yeah, there are a couple of questions.
Can you just very briefly?
Okay. The second from Deborah, who talks about death occurring outside the hospitals. I was giving data. This was roughly 30 years ago. This was the most important observation. But currently, the only problem we are facing is late arrival to the hospital. We don't have a well-established paramedic system that will help on this. And yes, we said there is a need for advocacy to the district hospital or regional hospital who are referring patients to us. But this is a stepwise fashion. We have now set up a stroke unit, and I'm sure the professor is here. He had your questions that will fund us and have an advocate to the public and to the district or referring hospitals. And on the issue of the protocols, we have already set up a protocol, and in our team in neurology unit, we have started practicing on the protocol on admitting these patients who are eligible patients to be admitted to the stroke unit. What are the things to be done? And it's an ongoing process, and we'll distribute these protocols as well. Thanks to Dr. Rokatare for noticing that. And yes, in those patients who are expected to come out of the window of 4 hours duration, perfusion studies are crucially important on making the decision whether this patient will have thrombolytics or mechanical thrombectomy. Thank you.
Nancy, anything from you? You want to have a word?
Prevention is key. Screening As Dr. Manpreet correctly put it, the Aga Khan Health Services, and I've noticed even Jakaya Kikwete have camps, screening camps. That will help greatly to relieve Dr. Mnacho and his team and better patient outcomes. So yeah, thank you.
Manpreet?
Yes, thank you very much. I echo what's been said already. May I ask a question of the ministry, if that's okay? We're probably all aware that primary health care system, where there are health systems where there's a strong primary care base, there's good evidence to show that there's reduction in infant mortality, it helps with life expectancy, and there's a reduction in mortality surrounding birth. I wondered whether there were any plans to look at expanding the provision of family medicine as a specialty within Tanzanian government institutions. Thank you.
Okay, a small comment on that, and then maybe the ministry can top up. I know at the level of Muhimbili and Aga Khan, there is an overlap between internal medicine and family planning in our setup, and it's something which MUHAS also is involved. I think we're on the way. Our next symposium, UK, TZ, next year, I'm sure we'll have a correct answer. Otherwise, there was a little bit touch on the, Dr. Mnacho explained it well. There's still ischemic stroke is a leading in Tanzania. I think he explained it very well, but even if you look way back 20 years ago, I think personally, you can Google. I did a study with Professor Matuja, William Matuja, on the imaging, and ischemic was 80% of the patient. By then, it was easier because there were no many CT scans around. So ischemic is still our majority, but at our tertiary center, we tend, whether it's Moi or Muhimbili National Hospital, we tend to see more of hemorrhagic. The ambulance, I think the ministry is here, but there is an initiative from the ministry. I know Muhimbili is part of it, leading under Dr. Juma, about how can we synchronize the entire ambulance system in the country for betterment of our patients. So I think that also, please tighten your belts, is coming soon under the supervision of the ministry, but they can top up. But on my side, if the ministry can say a word, and then we'll close the session.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the nice presentations. So I will respond on the issues on the Ministry of Health. The ministry understands the importance of family medicine, and actually there are initiatives at the ministry level on how we can better accommodate the family medicine in the routine practices in the health services. So to start with, just recognition of MCT for the family medicine specialists is a step, and so many other initiatives are coming on it. We really understand and see the importance of having these services at the scheme of services that we are providing. So about the coordination of the ambulance system, as Professor Janabi has just said, we are far on seeing how best we can coordinate. And we have an assistant director from the Ministry of Health who is working on that. If you allow me, I just give him a mic and say a word on that and say the progress so far. Where are we on that? Thank you. Dr. Erasto is here with us.
Just say 30 seconds, please.
It is fortunate that the coming session on establishment of emergency departments and the future of trauma registry would have a touch on that as well.
Okay,
so we'll
then
come
that's very good. So maybe I should wind up this way, especially with our colleagues from UK. Stroke is a serious issue, whether you're in UK or you're in Dar es Salaam. We've seen the traditional risk factors from diabetes, hypertension, cigarette smoking is the same although for us, for cigarette, is a little bit down. We have already started an initiative with Dr. Mnacho and Sarah Matuja. We have a stroke registry which has started in cooperation with MOI and others. I think we'll do quite a number of networking while you are still here. See what we have in our registry, see how you can top up whatever inputs, and you are more than welcome. This is an open thing for Mwimbili. You can always jump into already moving train. Otherwise, for all my colleagues, whatever specialty you have, stroke is a serious thing. The incidence, I was reviewing a data yesterday in the US, almost 300 in every 100,000. You know what that means? Every 5 minutes in the US, somebody's dying of stroke. Every 40 seconds, somebody's having a stroke in the US. So it's something serious, and we need to, with our UK colleagues, try to work and see how we can prevent these consequences. Otherwise, the organizers, thank you for the first session. Anything from you, sir? Thank you. Okay, so you can, I guarantee you one thing, if you check your random blood glucose, it's around 8.7, so don't panic. You are still quite okay. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our presenters. A special thanks to Dr. Manpreet. Asante kwa kujitambulisha kwa Kiswahili fasaha. Tunakukaribisha Tanzania. Thank you, Professor Mr. Thank you for moderating this session. And finally, it's lunchtime. All right. I hope everyone has their coupons for lunch. Kindly go to the ground floor, enjoy your lunch, enjoy the scenery. And for those of you who decide to go for a quick surf, please be back by 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. And as far as the ultrasound workshop is concerned, for those of you interested, please come back in 30 minutes to this hall. Thank you.